Hello everyone. Welcome to a class of Flutter for learning to create mobile application. So if you're planning to learn Flutter, then you are in the right place because in this class we will cover everything to get you started with creating your first mobile application. Now let's what you're going to learn from this class. Introduction to Flutter, installing and setting up Flutter and Android Studio, creating a new project and running it, basic understanding about the folder structure, understanding about activity and widget, understanding the main source code flow, creating a main source code, about the material app class, about the scaffold class, learning about the AppBar, creating a floating action button in Flutter, the bottom tab navigation, learning about the navigation drawer, working with the drawer header, difference between drawer and endDrawer, working with the body in Flutter, the body container, learning about how row works in Flutter, making button in Flutter. After completing this class, you will be able to learn installing Android Studio and Flutter, get understanding about making mobile application, create different components inside your mobile application, learn making different icons in your mobile application, run and test your mobile application, make actionable buttons in Flutter. So here you will also have supporting resources in this class. It, so it will be basically easier for you to learn. And during learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So now let's start learning Flutter for developing mobile applications together. Hello everyone and welcome to the first chapter of Introduction to Flutter, and this is the Flutter tutorial. So now we're gonna learn that what Flutter is and what are the different features of Flutter and how we guys are going to work over here. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So the first thing which we're gonna learn over here is what is Flutter and why do we use Flutter. So if I tell you guys for a basic definition of Flutter, so Flutter is basically a cross-platform application development. And over here in the simple definition, what do we mean by cross-platform? So the code we will generate to make an web application, let's say for a mobile or for a Windows, with the same code, we will be able to run that particular code for an Android application as well as for a Mac application. Okay. So this is a mobile cross-platform application development framework. And also we can develop different kind of web pages, maybe for Mac, if you're using Linux. So if I tell you guys in simple word, you are just developing a particular set of code and you are running that particular code in different environments. Well, if you can actually run that same code for Mac or an Apple phone, if you're using, you will be able to run the same code. If you're using an Android phone, you will be able to use that same code to develop an app for a web page. Okay, so this kind of works like that. Okay, so this is a highly cross-platform application development framework. And now the next thing what we are going to do is that why we should use Flutter and how it is helpful. So we are going to look into some of its features because once we move deeper into our classes, we are going to explore more of it. Okay. So some of the features of Flutter that it is an open resource. So what do you understand by open resource? So Flutter is basically free, like you don't have to pay anything to use Flutter. So all the things which are available over there to create your web application is basically free because there are so many websites, there are so many frameworks for which you guys need to pay. Okay, but Flutter here actually provides us with all the free resources using which we guys can actually create a front end and also a back end feature of an application. Okay. And the next feature of why we should use Flutter it is that it is a highly cross platform framework. So as I've already told you that why it is a highly cross platform framework, because let's say you are creating an app. Okay, let's say the name of your app is exercise dot io. Okay, and if people want to access your particular application, you are going to code it for different platform. Let's say for iOS, you're going to code differently. For Windows, you're going to code differently. For Linux users, you're going to code a bit differently. For uh, Android application, okay, you are going to code it differently. But over here, in Flutter, you are just coding once, which will be applicable to all the platform available. Okay. So with minimal effort, let's say you don't have to do the same thing or the same coding back again and again differently for all the other platforms because you're just coding once and you're applying it in all the platforms available. So this is very highly cross-platform application and saves a lot of your time. Okay, very time efficient as well. Okay, and the next feature is that you will be able to see the instant changes you make. Okay, let's say as you're coding inside, okay, and once you're coding, if you make any changes, you guys will be able to see that particular change once you're working as well. Let's say you did make some change in your font which you're using, okay, inside your application. You will be able to change you will be able to see the changes in the emulator right at that particular time itself. Okay. So at the same time, this particular uh, framework is very like it actually responds quite well. Okay. So that's another good advantage of using Flutter. And the next feature which we're going to learn is that you will be able to access all the native features of the device you are using. Okay. So what do you mean by that you will be able to access all the native features? So let's take an example. You are on your phone and you're accessing a particular application. Okay. And also here you need to understand I'm talking about the native features of a particular device you're using. Let's say it can be your laptop, it can be a phone, okay, it can be your desktop, okay, it can be any phone, let's say Android phone or Apple phone, okay, it can be an iPad, whatever you're using. So this particular devices, they do basically have some native features. So native features like the GPS, okay, so you can have the vibration, the ringtone. So all these things are different for different devices, okay. So these are called the native features of the device. So you will be able to access all of those, okay, from Flutter. Let's say if someone open or click on a particular button, you can just respond. You can just tell them or give the code to Flutter that once they click on this, just give it up a vibration. If they're using a phone while they're working, okay. So you will be able to access all the native features which makes your application more interactive and more interesting. Okay. So that is another feature which is a lot important for making it quite more interactive. And the main thing about Flutter is that you can use minimal code to get the most outcome. Okay. So you might have seen in different languages of coding, you need to write so many codes to basically get some outcome in your website. Okay. So here, Flutter basically offers some minimal code to get the most amount of outcome. So you don't have to write a lot of code to get a particular small outcome or a small change. But here it actually provides you that with minimal code and very effective outcome which you will receive. So overall, Flutter is basically highly interactive and highly time efficient framework which you guys can use to build your website, build your web application. You can build your mobile application as well. Okay. So I hope you guys have got an introduction of what we are going to do throughout this tutorial. Okay. And why should we use Flutter for developing our web application? So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn that how you can install Flutter and how you are going to install all the necessary items before getting started on creating your web application in Flutter. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2, where we'll be installing and setting up Flutter and also Android Studio. So basically first I'll be showing you guys from where you guys can install Flutter and how you guys will set that up. Okay. Before starting a new project in Flutter, what are the things that you need to do to make sure that your Flutter is running well inside your Android Studio properly, that you can create some web application seamlessly. Okay. So we're going to learn about all of that over here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So the first thing, what you're gonna do right over here is, let me just close these tabs. Just go to your search engine. It can be a Google Chrome, it can be Mozilla Firefox, Opera Mini, or anything as such. Okay, if you do have Explorer also, it will work the same way. And from your search engine, make sure to type Flutter installation and click on enter. Okay. So once you click on install Flutter, what you need to do is you need to come here down this particular option, which is known as Flutter ko.dev. Okay. And from there, click on install Flutter. And here you guys can basically see that they're asking you to select the operating system on which you are installing Flutter. Okay, so if you do have a Windows laptop, make sure to download the Windows Flutter SDK file, which is Software Development Kit. Make sure to download the Software Development Kit for the Windows. Okay, this is right over here. You guys can basically download that. And if you do have a Mac OS, let's say a MacBook, okay, or you're using the Mac OS system, in that case, make sure to click on this one. And here you guys can just make sure that inside Mac which you're using, like are you using the Intel or you're using the Apple Silicon OS? Okay, so according to that, you need to come here and basically download the software development kit zip file. Okay, and let's say if you do have Linux, you guys can click on Linux, and here also basically you do have the way of how you guys will be able to download. So this is the file which you need to download for using Flutter, and also for each of this operating system, you also do have the system requirement. Okay, so this is the system requirement of Linux over here. And if you just go to Chrome OS, okay, so this is the system requirement for the Chrome OS. Okay, you guys can see the operating system, the displays. Okay, so let's come here and let's mostly focus right over here. So the operating system should be Windows 10 or later. The disk space should be 1.64 GB, which does not include this space for the IDE, which is going to be the Android Studio. So we are going to use the Android Studio. And here you guys can see the tools. Make sure that you match those requirements. Like if you do have something less over here, it might give you some problem while you're working on your application. Okay. So over here for operating system, it should be Mac OS and the disk space should be 2.8 GB. Okay. And here you guys can see that Flutter basically uses Git for installation and upgradation as well. Okay. So over here now, I'll just click on Windows. And from here now you guys can just click on Flutter Windows and here you guys can see it will get downloaded. Okay, so the file is around 985 MB. So I already have downloaded this one, so I'll just cancel it just to save up some time for all of us right over here. And now what you are going to do is you are going to go to the place where your file has been downloaded. So it has been downloaded here in my download. And I also have downloaded the Android Studio, but I'm going to show you how you guys can do so. So I'll just take both of this file and let's go to my desktop. And from here, I'll just go to my resource file. Okay. So let's come here. I will just go to my resource file and right here, if I just double click, you guys can see under this zip file, I do have a file known as Flutter. And inside Flutter, basically, I do have all of these frameworks which I need once I am actually creating a web application. So let's come back right over here and to unzip this one, I will just right click WinRAR and I am going to extract file here. Okay, so I'll just click on extract here. And as you guys can see, this is basically getting extracted. So it might take some time, but you guys can see it is extracting quite fast. Okay, so let me just wait for a bit over here. And once this is done, we will move on to install the IDE, which is the Integrated Development Environment. Okay. Here, as you guys can see, Flutter basically has been downloaded. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I'm just going to delete this one. And if I just double click over here, you guys can see that I do have all of this file, all these markdown sources, okay, all of these particular folders which we are going to use for the development. So now let's go back and now let's see that how you guys are going to download the Android Studio, which is the integrated development environment, or basically where we guys are going to do the whole code. Okay, because this is a framework, and there should be something where we basically need to code that particular thing, and make sure to choose a place or make sure to select a path where you guys will be able to redirect all your files. Okay, so now let's close this down. Let's go to your search engine and let's open up a new tab. And from here, now I'm going to type, let's turn off my cap, install Android Studio. Okay, so you guys can see. And once you're right over here, Now, the first thing, what you will be doing is you guys can just click on install Android Studio option right over here. And as you guys can see here, if you do want to download the latest version of Android Studio, you guys can just click it right over here, and it will just download the latest version of the Android Studio. Okay. And also, if you want to download the other versions which were released a bit back, you guys can also get those files right over here. Okay. So download the latest version, see more information right over here. So different platforms, okay, they do have it for the Mac, okay, for Linux, the Chrome OS, okay, and if you just go to these develop options, there are a lot of options right over here. So from here, basically, if you just click one of this file, and you guys can see there is this term sheet, okay, so there are all of these terms and conditions, so make sure to tick this particular checkbox, and you can just click on download Android Studio and it will be downloaded. Okay, so just from here now, as I have already downloaded, I'm not going to do it back again because it is a pretty big file if you do want to see. Okay, so it's around 1.1 GB. Okay, so the total size of Android Studio. So this is how you guys can basically download it. So now let's come here. Let me just close all these tabs which I have opened in my search engine. And let me just come here and let me show you guys how you guys will be able to install it inside. So to install it, just like other applications, just double click right over here and it will load up a page, and I'll make sure that you guys follow what all you need to do right over here. So you guys can see it's just verifying the installer, okay, and it will just pop me up a page, okay. So here you guys can see this is the setup page which shows me welcome to Android Studio setup, and from here I'll click on next. And one important thing to notice over here is that here you guys can see, here it's asking me select components to install. Okay. And from here, there is one option which I have tick marked is the Android virtual device. So make sure that you tick mark this particular checkbox because once you're working on creating a mobile application, it will basically show you guys an emulator inside your PC. Like it will just show mobile and it will show you how your application is looking in that particular cell phone. Okay, so that is quite important. And from here, I will click on next and you guys can see the program files. The location specified must have at least 500 MB of free space. I'll just click on next, and from here I am going to click on install. I'll just wait for it to get installed first. And here, like once you are done, okay, you are done installing the Android Studio setup. Let's click on next. And here, there is an option which says start Android Studio. Okay. So when you're starting Android Studio for the first time, or when you're installing, as I was installing Android Studio, make sure that you do have internet connection in your PC or in your laptop or in your device in which you're using. Okay, because for the first time, what it does, it does actually download different applications and different widgets for itself to work. Okay, so I'll just click on finish right over here, and you guys can see screen reader detected. Do you want to enable screen reader support in Android Studio? And I'll just enable it right over here, and I will just click on don't send. And over here now you guys can see that here it is giving me a welcome option. So let me just close this thing down. Let me just increase the size. Okay. So this wizard will basically set up your development environment for Android Studio. Additionally, the wizard will help port existing Android apps into Android Studio or create a new Android application. So from here, I'll click on next, and here you guys can see choose the type of setup you want for Android Studio. So the first one is standard, which is Android Studio will be installed with the most common settings and options. And if you do want to customize your installation settings, you guys can also do that. But for me, I'll recommend you guys go with the standard one. So I'll just click on next, and here you guys can see that if you want to review or change of any of your installation settings, you guys can click previous. So from here now, once I click, it will download all of these files, which is a total size of 2.25 GB. So I'll just click on next. And after that, here you basically do have the license agreement. So I'll just click on accept. And once I click on accept, I will come right over here. I will just come down. Let's click on accept. And here, where I don't have the option of going next. And once you have reviewed all of these licenses, just come here, Intel Android Extra license. Make sure to accept this one over here. Make sure to accept this terms and condition. Make sure to accept the Android Extra license. And afterwards, you guys can click on finish. And here it is starting to download. So basically, it might take some time right over here. So we will get back once all these files have been downloaded, and we'll be getting ready to start working. So over here, as you guys can see that this particular file has downloaded all its components. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on finish. And here now, this type of interface will basically be shown. Okay. But now also this is basically not ready for me to start working. Okay. So now what I need to do over here before starting to work. So as you guys can see on the left hand side, I do have this option which is known as project, customize, plugins, learn. And here now, once I come here onto the plugins option, I need to make sure that I download my plugin accordingly. But let me just show you, just see what are the options available right here at this point. New project, open and get from VCS. But once I download the plugin, let's say I need to download the Flutter plugin. Okay, so with Flutter, Dart will also be installed. So I'll just click on install right over here, and it might take some time as well for it to get installed. Okay, so make sure to install these accordingly. And now once this particular Flutter plugin is being installed, now I will again restart my IDE. Okay, so let's click on restart, and here my Android Studio will basically be restarted again. And now once I'm restarting my Android Studio, here now you guys can see that I do have another option available, which is new Flutter project. Then I do have the new project, and after that I do have the open option. And after that, over here, if you need some other particular options like import an Android code sample, if you do have a code sample, if you do want to import it, you guys can do that. This is the virtual device manager, the SDK manager, which is the software development kit manager. Okay, so profile or debugging APK, you guys can also do that. Here is the customizing option. If you want to go from the dark theme to a light theme, you guys can come here and basically move to a light theme as well. So over here, you guys can select the language and the region, the IDE font size. Okay, if you want to adjust colors for red, green, vision deficiency, if you do have that, okay, you guys can also adjust colors for that. But for me now, I'll just keep the theme as the light theme. Let's go to project. And yeah, I hope you guys to have understood this class on how you guys are going to install your Android Studio, how you're going to install Flutter in your PC, and set everything up and get started with your first project with Flutter. Okay, so in our next class, we will learn how you will be able to create the first project and how to get started on working with Flutter. So take care, everyone. See you all in the next chapter. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 3, where we'll be creating a new project and we will be basically running it. So we are going to learn how to create a new project, and before that also we are going to learn that how you're going to set that project up. Okay, so we're gonna learn about all of this right over here into this particular chapter. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see now, this is the home page of Android Studio. So in our last class, I do have showed you guys how you can actually install the particular plugin. Okay, so over here I have installed the Flutter plugin, and if you just go to this installed option, here you guys will be able to see what all you have installed. Okay, so automatically once I have installed Flutter, okay, I have installed Dart as well. Okay, so you guys can see here these are the features. If I wanna see the feature of Flutter, I can see the features of Flutter over here as well. Okay, if you do wanna disable those things, you guys can basically disable these things as well. Okay, so instead of showing the install option here, this is the marketplace. If you need other plugins, you guys can also get those other plugins from here. So now let's get started on creating a new project from the scratch. Okay. So if I want to create a new Flutter project, I need to click on new Flutter project right over here, which will give me a pop-up page quite like this. Okay. So under new project, you guys can see there are a lot of options, but basically I will choose the Flutter option from the left hand side. Okay. And from the Flutter option, the next thing what I need to do is they're asking me to put the Flutter SDK file, which is the software development kit path. So you guys remember that once we were downloading Flutter, I do have unzipped a particular file and I do have saved that into my resource file. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put that particular path right over here. So let's click on this particular option. And from here, you guys can see the Flutter tutorial resource file. And this is that Flutter file which I have extracted, and I'll just click on OK. And after clicking on OK, let's click on next. And once I click on next, they are going to give me a page quite like this. Okay. So over here, the first thing what I need to do is you need to choose out the project name. Okay. So I will just come here and I will just name this project as application one. Okay, otherwise application underscore one. And now I can also select the project location. So I'll just click on this three dot option. Let's click on this resource file and I'll just click on OK. So the project location is the Flutter tutorial resource file. And now I can also provide a description over here. So I will just write for my description that this is an application for my Flutter tutorial. Okay. So I'll just type this particular description. You guys can just type as you want. Okay. And after that, the next thing what I need to do is I need to select the project type. Okay. So what kind of project I will be making over here. So will I be making a plugin, a package, a module, skeleton, FFI plugin, an empty project? So as we are going to create up an application for a mobile, okay, so for that I am going to click on application right over here. And after that, you guys can see I do have the option of organization. Okay, so let me just show you guys right here of how this particular application actually works. Okay, so once you guys are actually creating an application, this is basically going to be the name or the what to say the address. Okay, so the as the name of my application right now is application underscore one. So my uh, domain is basically going to be com.example.application underscore one. So if you want to change it to a different domain, you guys can actually change it. Let's say if I want to change this particular word dot example, I want to put something else, I can do that. Okay. So you guys will be able to see this name, which I'll be showing you guys once I actually run my website or once I import my website. Okay, I'll be showing you guys that. And now the next thing is the Android language. Okay, so over here, what is the language I do want to use? So they're asking me that. Okay. So by default, as Kotlin is selected, I will let it keep as Kotlin. I do want to use the Java right over here. If you guys do want to use Java, you guys can use Java right over here as well. Okay. So that's it. And now the next thing is they're asking me about the platform. Okay. So for me, as I do want to create up a mobile application, I will just unmark uh, all these checkboxes, which is Linux, Mac OS, Web, and Windows. So I'll just mark only the Android and the iOS checkbox. And here you guys can see that here you also do have the option when created, the new project will run on the selected platform and others. As I do have unmarked all of this, if I do want to add all this later, I can do that. As here it says that others can be added later. Okay. So once I'm satisfied with the project name, the project location, the description, project type, the domain, okay, and the language which I'm going to work on with. Okay, so I can just click on create. If you do want to see more settings, you guys can see the more settings option. This is the module name, the content root, or all these things are basically inside my resource file. Okay, so I'll just close this thing down and I will just click on uh, okay, but here it shows that invalid module name, which is Flutter tutorial, must be a valid Dart package name lowercase with okay. Click on OK, and let me just put application. And now, if I just click on create, so it will basically create me a Flutter project. Okay, so you guys can see the Flutter project is getting created. It is actually being imported. So I will just wait for it to get started. So now over here, I will just run the Flutter doctor, and here you guys can basically see this is the page which will actually be shown. Okay. So now, here, as you guys can see, you guys can basically maintain the place right over here, and you guys can just hide this as well. Okay. And from here, now you guys can actually get this project file. Okay. So here you guys can basically see over here this particular Flutter resource file. So right now you guys might be getting a bit confused of where the file is, where we are going to code, and how it will actually work. Okay, so let's come here, let's click on project. And if you do want to run this particular project, I will be showing you guys how you guys will be able to do so. So there is this option of project, this option of packages. Here you do have the option of project files, the production option, the test option over here, project source files. Here you do have the project non-source file. If you do wanna open up any files, it will be opened here. And also you do have the scratches and the console right here. Okay, so now we will see that how you will be able to actually get started or basically run the application which you have created. So now from here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here into this particular option. Let's click on this main menu and I will just close this particular project. Okay. And once I have closed this project, you guys can see I do have my application one right over here. And I'm just going to double click onto this application one project, and here you guys can see if I just minimize, now I have basically opened up the application one, which I do have inside the Flutter tutorial resource file. Okay. So I will just open this thing up and I'll just keep this one quite like this. Okay. So over here, I have already told you that over here, I have told you guys about the project panel. I have told you guys about the packages. Okay, so I do have the project files over here. Okay, so then the production, then I do have the test, and here you do have the project non-source file, source file, scratches. There is the option of Android. Okay, so under Android you guys can see that I do have the application one and also the application one underscore Android right over here. So for default, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to keep this Flutter tutorial resource file right over here. Okay, so let's say if you do want to run your Flutter project right over here, you guys can basically run it right from here itself. Okay. So also on the extreme left hand side, you do have different options. One is commit, you do have the resource manager, the pull request, and there are also a few more tool windows. Okay, so if you guys will be able to data analysis, you will be able to see the app quality insights. If you do face any problems, you guys will be able to see that. The terminal option, you do have the Git as well. So from here now to run this one, the easiest one is where do you want to run it. Let's say if you do have a Chrome web over here, make sure to choose any search engine. You guys can use the Edge. Okay, if you do have the Edge browser, I will just run it on my Chrome web. And from here, as the main.dart is selected, I will just click on run. Okay, so over here, you guys will be able to see that it will just open my web application in uh, Google Chrome. Okay, so it might take some time for it to get started, but here, as you guys can see on my screen, already it had opened me this home page. Okay. So I will just decrease its size a little bit because I'm basically creating up a wave application. So for that now let's decrease the size. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to keep this one in one particular side. Okay, so gonna keep this one over here in one side, and you guys can see that this is basically the Flutter demo homepage. And if you just increase the size here, also you guys are able to see that now this doesn't look basically as a mobile application web page. Okay, so over here, if you do want to increment, you guys can add that. Now let's minimize this one right over here, and now I can just close this one up as well. Okay, so I do have closed this app up right over here. So this is one way of running your web application and to see how it actually works. And the other way of how you guys will be able to do is if you come here and if you basically add out a device. Okay, so if you come here and if you go to the device manager, or let's say, and from device manager, you need to come here on top. And on top here, you do have the option of adding a new device. Okay, so there is a problem with my code. Now this is fine. Let's click on create virtual device. And here now you guys can see, once you clicked on creating virtual device, here it shows that what kind of emulator or what kind of device are you planning to create. Okay, so you guys can select the phone. You guys can see a lot of sizes are over here. And if you basically want to import hardware profiles, you guys can also do that. You do have the option of Pixel 9, Pixel 6 Pro on different kind of sizes. If you want to do it for tablet, Wear OS, desktop, you guys can also do that. So let me just go with Pixel 9 Pro, otherwise Pixel 9, Pixel 8. Let me just go with Pixel 8 over here, and from here I will just click on next. And after that, over here, basically, they're telling me to actually download a particular file. Okay. So from here, now they are basically telling me that to download or operating system right over here. You guys can see that these are system images. Okay. So a system image must be selected to continue. So these are different kind of APIs over here. And also for demo, you guys can see this kind of APIs might not be available in the market as well. But for basically working over here in the Android uh, studio here, they already do have all these options. Okay, so from here now, I am going to actually download one. Let's say I will just download this. And here you guys can see this particular thing is basically downloaded. Okay. So this is actually going to take me a lot of time, which is the size is around 1.6 GB. So till then, I'll just pause this video and we'll continue once this file is being installed. So now my OS over here has been installed. Okay, so I'll just finish it up right over here. And as you guys can see, now this is basically this OS, okay, which I can basically use. And once I click on next, here you guys can see that I can just fix the name. Okay. So the name over here actually consists of the name of the phone and also the OS that you're using. So I'll just keep it like this, the way it is. and the screen size is fine, very nice, which is Android 15.0, 64-bit. Preferred ABI, I'll just keep it optimal. Portrait, graphics, automatic, enable device frame. If you do want to get all the advanced settings, you guys can come here and you guys can basically get all the advanced settings right over here. And once you're done, now you guys can just click on finish. And now let's come here. If you do want to delete anyone, you guys can come here and you guys can basically delete anyone from here. So let's increase it right over here and you guys can see under the device manager, this both of these devices have been added. Okay. So now what I'm gonna do here is if I do wanna run it, I can actually run this one. Okay. So to start, once I run this one, this particular emulator to open, it might take some time as well. Okay. So let's click over here and you guys will be able to see that it will just take some time to get started. Okay, so here you guys can see to launch a virtual device, there were few options available, but now here you guys can see that it is basically connecting to the emulator. Okay, so it will just give me a virtual device from where I can actually run my file. Okay, so once here you guys can see this is getting imported. So I will just wait. So for me, I will prefer not to use it all the time. Okay. So if you just use it all the time, it actually takes a lot of space and it actually puts a lot of pressure onto your hardware once you're working. Okay. And once you have imported this here, you guys can see if you want to power it off here, if you do want to volume up or volume down here, if you do want to rotate it on the left, if you do want to rotate it on the right, if you do want to go back on anything once you have created your file, if you want to see the home page, if you do want to see all the overview, and if you do want to take a screenshot of your device here, if you do want to record screen this one, if you do want to take snapshots of anything, you guys can basically do that. And lastly, over here, you do have the hardware input option. Okay. So basically, you guys can see right over here. This is just like a simple mobile of how it actually works. And from here, now if you just go to the selecting device option, you guys can come here and you guys can select the Pixel 8 API as well. Okay. And from here, now if you just run it, okay, you guys will be able to see that here the application will basically get imported and you guys will be able to see how your application, web application, will will be seen over here into your phone. Okay, like how it will show right over here. So we'll see about that. So this particular thing also might take some time because as you're importing it for the very first time, your hardware and software basically need some time to adjust and basically process the whole thing. But once you do it again and again, basically it will just get used to it and it will not take a lot of time as much as it's taking right now. So now over here, as you guys can see, my web application has been imported over here in my virtual device. Okay. So basically it took some time for me to do that. But here you guys can see my web application is now being run over here and you guys can see it quite well. Okay. So if you just make any changes over here in the code, you guys will be able to see it live right over here. But the main thing is that I don't want to run it here in my visual uh, device. Okay, because it is putting a lot of pressure on my hardware, which is not good for the system. Okay, so instead, what I can also do is that I can connect my phone, whichever phone I do use, and I can just run the Flutter web application in my phone itself. Okay, so how you guys will be able to do so. So first thing, what you need to do is you need to stop the main Dart over here, and after that, make sure to turn it off. And also, if you do want to delete it altogether, you guys can delete it as well. But instead, I won't delete it. But now let's hide it up. And from device manager, if I do want to connect it later, connect it later as well. Okay, so make sure to get yourself a phone. Okay, or let's say make yourself to get your USB cable using which you're going to connect it to your PC. And also now how I'm going to show you guys that how I will be able to show you here in my PC that I have connected my phone. Okay, so I'll just screen share it. So for that, I'm just downloading one application which is known as Visor. Okay, so I'll just open it up over here and I will just double click for this visor. And also over here, you guys can see that you do have the option of Mac OS or Windows. So now basically I will just try to install the visor from here, and most probably Android USB debugging is enabled and all these options are right over here. Connect network or share devices, and I will just connect my phone with USB. So once you do that, I will just come here. Let me just close this one up. Okay. So let's come here, connect network on share devices, connect to an Android device with ADB over TCP IP enabled or a Visor share link. Okay. So you guys can come here and you guys can actually do that. It needs to install ADB drivers. Okay, so from here again, I will download the drivers, uh, right from here. And this particular driver is around 16.3 MB. So I'll just wait for it to get downloaded. And once you're working over here, you guys need to make sure that you basically have uh, your device selected right over here once you work. Okay. And also you need to make sure that you do have your developer option on in your PC. So whichever phone you guys are using, if you just go to the YouTube, and from YouTube, if you just basically type uh, the model of your phone and then type how you can turn on the developer option, it will basically show you guys how to do so. Okay. And after that, you need to make sure that you connect your phone with the PC over here. So let me try to do so. Let's come here and let's double click onto this option, and I will just click on next, next over here, next, and here you guys can see it is being installed. So once this is done, I'll just click on close. Let's close this thing up here as well. Show serial numbers. or use Android SDK ADB server. No Android devices are connected with a data cable and USB debugging is enabled. So I need to make sure that the USB debugging is enabled. So let's come here. And I will just select, or let's say connect, transfer and connected device. So now over here, as you guys can see, I am able to see my device right over here. Okay. So as you guys can see, and I'll be sharing the screen as well. And for that, what I'm going to do is again going to this particular application, Android Studio. And from Android Studio, now if you just go to this select device option, okay, here you guys can see that I do have my mobile phone as well. Okay. And from here, now what I'll do is I will just run this one. Okay. So I'll just run this right over here, and at the same time, I will just go to Visor. Okay. And from Visor, I am going to view this device as well. Okay. So I'm going to view this particular device of mine right over here. And as you guys can see, uh, here is my device. So let me just close this thing down. If you do want to decrease the size, okay, I'll just decrease the size from here, and let me just keep this thing in one side. And over here now you guys can see that the demo page is being opened over here. Okay, so let me just keep this one over here in one side. Okay, so if you do want to make it full screen, okay, you guys can make it full screen as well. So I'll just close this down, and you guys can see that I can just go back. I can just go to my home page, and here I do have the recent task bar as well. So this is my phone, and I am able to show you guys how it actually works right over here. So from here, you guys can select the device where you want to show. Do you want to show it inside your phone? Do you want to show it on the Windows? Do you want to show it in any web browser? Or you want to show it inside these virtual devices which you have actually created? Okay. So starting these things for the very first time might take a bit of time, but with time, once you keep on doing it, it will basically be a lot easier. Okay, so let's come again over here in the visor. If you do wanna see it back up again, you guys can see it right over here. So using your device and viewing it actually takes or makes this particular thing a lot easier, and basically decreases the pressure on your device itself, because you are just coding here as well. And also if you're using the virtual emulator, it is actually putting a lot of pressure into your device. Okay, so it's better that you connect your phone and basically work with that itself. Okay, so yeah, I hope this particular class was clear for you all. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about this. So before ending now, let's come here, and I'll just close this thing down, and I'll just stop the main Dart as well. And from here also, I will just close this thing. Okay, so let me just close Visor. So, hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So, now we are on our chapter number 4, where we'll be learning understanding about the basic about the folder structure in Flutter. So we are going to get some basic understanding about the folder structure. Okay, like once you create a application inside Flutter, it does create a lot of folders. Okay, so we're gonna see that what each folder basically does. We are going to work about all of that. First, I'll be showing you guys about what folders we guys are talking about, and then I will be telling you guys what that particular folder holds, how it's helpful, what are the folders that we need to focus more on, and what are the folders that we will just keep it untouched, like we won't make any changes to it. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now here I am in the Flutter application. Okay. So if you just click over here now, this is basically the application one. Otherwise, if you do want me to close this project, okay, and here from here now, let's open it up. I will be opening up the same thing. So the folders we guys will be talking about over here, it is basically the folders on the left hand side. Okay. So under this particular folder, I do have this .dart underscore tool file. I do have the .idea. So each of these folder basically holds different kind of information because all these folders are basically not just only for show, and out of these folders some of the folders we are going to use most of our time while actually creating our application. Okay, so there is a lib folder, there is iOS, there is build one. Okay, there is this Android folder. Here we do have git ignore, dot metadata. Okay, and here we also do have that pubspec dot log. We do have the pubspec dot yaml. So we're gonna learn about all of that. So now let's get started. So the first folder about which we guys are going to talk about is the dot idea folder, okay, which is just placed underneath the dart underscore tool file. Okay, so the first feature of this particular file is this particular folder stays at top in the project structure. Okay, so as you guys can see, this idea folder basically is on top of the project structure. So the project structure is basically the set of folders. They do call it the project structure, and it always stays on top. Okay, and the idea folder basically holds the whole configuration for the Android Studio. So Android Studio is basically the integrated development environment which we were using to actually do our coding for our application that we are going to build. So it basically holds the whole configuration for the Android Studio, which is quite important. But the main thing is that we are not going to work with this particular folder. Like we will just keep it the way it is. We won't be going there and making any changes manually over there. And also, as we are not working inside that particular folder, the content, whatever content is basically present inside the idea folder should be ignored and we should not make any changes at all. Okay, like if you make any changes, it will just give us some extra headache afterwards. Again, we have to reset and stuff, which is another quite hectic thing for us to do because as we are getting started with it. Okay, so I will just suggest you guys that just keep it the way it is and don't bother. Okay, and the next folder which we are going to talk about is basically this Android folder, okay, which we can also call is at the Android folder in the project panel. So .android, it is used when it builds the Flutter application for Android. Okay. So over here, we are actually building a mobile application for Android and for an iOS. Okay. So over here, this .android folder basically is used when it builds Flutter application for an Android device. Okay, so it is only activated and it is only used when it actually builds a Flutter application for Android. So if you guys have remember when I was actually creating up a new Flutter project, I do have selected that I want to do some coding or I want to build a web application for Android and for iOS. Okay, so now it actually holds the application and also it holds a complete Android project. So for developing an Android project, whatever codes we basically need, it holds all of that inside this particular project. And the whole Flutter code is basically compiled into the native code. Okay, so we have also learned before that what a native code is, what are native features of a particular device. Okay, so the whole Flutter code, whatever code is available, is compiled into the native code, and also it basically gets injected into the Android project. Okay, so it basically gets injected into the Android project, and the outcome is a native Android application. Okay, so the outcome which you'll be receiving is you will be receiving a basic on a native Android application. Okay, so that's what the .android folder basically does. And the next folder which we are going to talk about is the .ios. Okay, so in .android we learned that it holds a complete Android project. Okay, and it is only used when it builds the Flutter application for an Android. So this is just the same thing, but it is for iOS. So it holds a complete Mac project, not a complete Windows or not a complete Android project. Okay. And it is only being used when you are developing a Mac project, and it also builds the Flutter application for iOS. Okay. And Flutter code is actually compiled into the native code. And basically, the result of this is a native iOS application, not a native Android application. And also, it gets injected into the iOS project. And this particular thing, or getting the .ios file compiled and having things inside this, is only possible in if you are creating a Flutter application for iOS and on only when you're working on Mac OS. Okay, so using a Windows application, you guys can't create a Flutter application for iOS. So for creating an iOS application, you only have to use Mac OS. It can be a laptop and it can be a PC, but the OS basically needs to be a Mac OS, not a Windows OS. Okay, so that's what the .ios folder does, holds a complete Mac project, and also it builds applications for iOS. And the next folder, what we're gonna learn is basically the lib. Okay. So here, if you guys take a look, this is where I do have the .ios file. And next thing we are going to learn is the .lib. Okay. So the full form of .lib file is basically the library, and this is very important folder, and we are going to make use of this folder most of the time. Okay, so out of the folders which we have seen till now, we are going to use this .lib file 99% of the time. Okay, because here we do have different kind of libraries for different type of projects. We need to use different kind of libraries as well. Okay, so the first point is that it is a very important folder where we are going to do our project work. Okay, so over here basically we are going to do our project work, and it is a very important folder. And as I've told you guys earlier, that .lib stands for library, and inside this particular folder, we will also find the Dart file which stores the code of our Flutter application. So basically inside this folder, we are going to find the Dart file which actually stores the code for the Flutter application that we are building. Okay, so as we already know that once we are creating a Flutter application, we need Dart file. So it will store the Dart file and the code for the application that we are going to run or which we are basically creating. So this particular .lib file, we are going to use it most of the time, and it is present just on top of the test folder. And the next thing we are going to talk about is basically the test folder. Well, the test folder also contains the Dart code, which is written for the Flutter application as well. And also the particular test folder performs the automated test when building the application. So while performing an automated test when building the application, it actually helps a lot. And this particular folder is also not that important as it is automatically been tested. Okay, so it performs automated tests when building the particular app. It basically checks. Okay, so we don't need to make any manual changes into this particular folder as well. Okay, and the next folder which we are going to talk about is .ignore folder. Okay, so the first thing what we are going to learn about the git ignore folder is that it is a text file. Okay, so the type of file it is a text file, and also this particular git ignore file contains a list of files, file extension, and a folder. And basically, if I tell you guys in simple word that what a git ignore file uh, have in common is that once you are uploading your application in the GitHub, in that case, this git ignore file will actually compile of the things that it will not upload or it will not show. Okay, like these are the files will not get uploaded and which will get ignored while you try to upload your particular set of application inside GitHub. Okay, so it directs Git to choose which files should be ignored in a set of projects. Okay, so in a particular project, it directs Git to choose that which files it should ignore and which files it should take. So it also plays a very vital role while we work in developing a Flutter application, and the git ignore file is just underneath the test folder. And the next thing we are going to learn about the folder is basically the metadata. Okay, so metadata is also an auto-generated file by the Flutter tool. Okay, so the content inside the folder dot metadata is auto-generated, and also it keeps track of the properties of the Flutter project. Okay, so basically it keeps track of all the properties of the Flutter project, and also it performs a lot of internal tasks. Okay, so a particular folder or a particular application have a lot of internal tasks which is needed to be performed. So the dot metadata folder or inside this particular folder, they perform a lot of internal tasks. Okay. But over here, also into the dot metadata file, we don't have to edit whatever content is present inside manually at any time. Okay. So it will just do its own work automatically. Okay, so that is a very good thing that we don't have to put much of our effect here in this particular folder, because I have already told you that 99% of the time we are going to work on with the dot lib folder, which is the dot library folder. Once we are over here in the project panel, and the next folder we are going to talk about is the pub pubspec.yaml. Okay, so the pubspec.yaml is the project configuration file. Okay, so this is also a very important file that we guys are going to work with, because this particular folder basically contains the project configuration file. Like, what is the configuration of the project that we guys are working on? It consists of that. And also, we are going to use this a lot when working on the Flutter project, as I have already told you, which is the point number 2. And also, it controls on how our application works. Okay, so once we're running our application, the pubspec.yaml file or folder basically controls on how your application works. And a pubspec.yml file contains the name of the project. Okay, so it contains what is the name of the project over here, and also it contains that what is the version and the description of the project. Okay, so if you do have a project open, so over here in the pubspec.yml file, we will be able to see that what is the version and also the description of the project. Okay, and also from this particular folder, we are going to able to see the project dependencies and also the project assets. So assets are like widgets or text files. We will be able to see images over here. Okay, so that's all. And the pubspec.yml file is just underneath the pubspec.log file. Okay, and the next folder we are going to talk about is basically the pubspec.log file, which is right over here. So here we have learned about the pubspec.yml. So as I was telling you guys that most of the time while we are on our Flutter application, we are going to be using the library file, okay, or the library folder, and also the 1% which is left that we are going to use is the pubspec.yml folder. Okay, so basically while creating a application, we are going to use both of these files for manual changes. So the first is .lib, okay, and the other one is pubspec.yaml file. Okay, so now let's go back at the pubspec.log and let's see its features. So this is also an auto-generated file, or the all the content inside this particular file is auto-generated, and basically it is based on the YAML file. Okay, so This particular pubspec.log file or folder is based on the W or YAML file which is present over there. Okay, and the pubspec.log file contains more detailed setup about all dependencies available. Okay, so it contains a lot more detailed setup about all the dependencies that are present. So yeah, I hope now you guys have got up a basic idea about the folders that we are going to see a lot often once we are building our application. Okay, so over here in detail, we do have learned about the .idea folder. We have learned about the .android folder, what all it contains, how important this is. We have learned about the .ios folder, what are its features, and what does it do for us. Okay, we have learned about that how important the .lib file is, and we are going to use it 99% of the time when we are working with the project panel. And also we have learned about the test folder. We have also learned about the .git ignore folder, about the .metadata folder, and also about the pubspec.yaml, and lastly about the pubspec.lock. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're going to learn more about Flutter and its usage and its working. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 5, where we'll be understanding about activity and widget. Okay, so here we will see the difference between what is an act and what is a widget over here. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see that I do have in total of 10 web application pages. Okay. So there are 10 pages and you know that what are web application pages. Okay. Let's say this is called the home page. Okay. Or the login page. This is the details page. Okay. This one you can call it as the balance page, account information page. This is your card information page. This is the transaction page. Okay, three of this. Okay, over here, this is the payment page, and this is the extend page. Okay, so as we will be moving on to learning about how these things actually work, or we will be basically learning about widgets and activity. And I will be using both of these terms quite often, and that you guys don't get confused that what is basically a widget and what is an activity. Okay, so each page, whatever you guys can see over here, so each page basically have a lot of things. If you just take a look, so over here first I do have a logo, I do have a text, I do have this button. Okay, so many text over here as well. There are boxes. Okay, so all these things, a particular page of a web application is basically called an activity. Okay, so a page of a web application is called an activity. So here there are, you guys can basically call it as the uh, login activity. This one can be called as the details activity. This one can be called as uh, balance activity. Okay, so you guys can just call them as activity. But whereas what is a widget? Okay, so inside this same particular page, if you take a look, I have a logo, I have a text, I have this particular boxes. So all the components and all the elements present inside a web page is basically called a widget. Okay. So one activity can contain multiple and different kind of widgets, but one widget can't contain different activity. Okay. So in simple words, if I say that one page can contain a lot of elements inside, but one element can't contain a lot of pages inside them. Okay. So this is basically the difference between a widget and an activity. So I hope you guys have understood. So I just given you guys the example of the very first page. Okay, if you take a look, you guys can see that here the back button. Here you guys can see the dash button over here, the menu button. That is also a widget. Over here, this particular transfer button is a widget. All this text over here is a widget. The sign up button, the cancel button. Over here, you guys can also see the send one. Over here, you guys can see the details option, this QR code. All of these are basically widgets inside a particular activity. Okay. So yeah, I hope the class was clear. And now you guys are also clear about what is that activity and what is a widget, because both of these terms I am going to use a lot when we move deeper into our classes. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, where we'll be understanding about the main source code flow. Okay, because from our next chapter we will be to the practical part. But before moving on to that, understanding the source code flow about the main source code flow is very important. Okay, so we need to understand about the main source code flow, how it actually works, what is the process of creating an activity page, and how the whole thing basically works. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see that I do have basically a chart. And on the right hand side, you guys can see that I do have the main source code. Okay. So there are few different things which actually is present inside the main source code flow. Okay. So the first thing which is present or which function is basically applied for working main source code is basically the main function. Okay. So the main function is the most important function for creating your main source code. Okay. So over here, if you take a look, I do have an example. So once you have imported the package of Flutter slash material dot dart, you are starting with a function written as void main, then you are running the app. Okay. So these three things, the main function, my app function, and the material app function, these three are the most important three things that you need to make sure that you have once you're creating any web application page. Okay. So over here, now, inside this main function only, you do have my app, the material app, the activity page, the scaffold, and the app bar and the body. Okay. So under this main function, what you're doing is you are running my app. Okay. So basically under the main function, what you guys are doing is you are running this my app function. Okay, so any app which you're creating, you need to make sure that you have to run it under the main option. And here also you guys can see that here it shows you guys the class. Okay, so over here they're telling that inside the main function you are going to run my app application. Okay, so that's why you have mentioned class, which is my app. And here you guys can see it's written that stateless widget. Okay, so we are gonna learn later that what is a stateless widget, what is basically a stateful widget. Okay, so here you guys can see a stateful widget is also there. Okay, so we will be learning about that as well. Okay, so first you do have the main function, and inside the main function you run your particular app or you run your particular application. And once you're running your application, there are widgets as well. Okay. So here you guys can see inside the inside your application you do have a lot of widgets. Okay, so I have explained you guys what widgets are. So once you have a lot of widgets, okay, you tend to return the material app. Okay, so over here, first thing is that the whole environment is basically inside the main function, and under the main function you create your application, and under your application you go for the material application. Okay, or you basically uh take so many widgets. Okay, so here you guys can see it returns material app. Okay, so that's it. And once you have created those widgets, the next thing is that you need to create an activity page. Okay, so these three things are the main thing for creating a web page application. Okay, that you need to do only. And now once you have your main function, the environment. Now, once you have the application as well, and you do have your material application, the next thing is that you have to work with the activity page. Okay, so now you need to make sure that you work on the activity page. Okay, so I have showed you guys what an activity page is, and inside the activity page you need to make sure that you need to have scaffold. Okay, so over here if you just take a look here, it says return scaffold. Okay, so what are scaffolds basically? So scaffold basically contains the app bar, the body, okay, the navigation bar. Okay, so over here it contains all of these things. So let's try to understand the main source code flow over here again. So main is the function inside which you run the application. And over here, once you run the application, there you also do need widgets for running the application. And once you have the widgets, after that, to make it visible, you do have the activity page. Okay. And inside your activity page, you do have the scaffold. And scaffold basically contains the app bar, the body, the navigation bar, all of these things. Okay. So you guys will understand it in a better way if I just show you guys the example with the one which I was showing in my last class, where I have showed you guys a ton of web page applications, okay, for demo. So yeah, here I do have my web application pages back here again. So now let's say this is a activity page. Okay, so this is the login activity. This is the client details activity. Okay, or let's say this activity page. Okay. So once you create this activity page, or each web application page is known as activity page, and once you have created this activity page, the next thing what happens is that it contains scaffold. Okay. So as we already know that an activity page contains different widgets, the button over here, these boxes, these logos, different kind of text. But once you create an activity page, automatically what happens is that it contains scaffold already. Okay. So on top of Scaffold, what we guys do is on top of Scaffold, we do put out the widget, okay? And the whole thing just after producing an activity page, here you do have the scaffold, and scaffold can contain a logo, scaffold can contain the text. This particular scaffold can also contain the login button, all these particular options. Here you do have the sign up option, and also here you do have the forgot password option as well. So these are few of the things that you should remember. And yeah, I hope this particular class was clear on understanding about the main source code flow of how it actually works, what are the different processes of basically working with all of this. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to the chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 7, where I'll be showing you guys by creating a main source code in Flutter. Okay, so in our last class, we do have learned about how you will be able to create the main.dart file. Okay, like what all it contains. Okay, it contains the main page, it contains my app, then it also contains so many widgets and all the other things. So we are going to create that particular thing from the scratch, and we will learn about that in detail. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So in our last class, we do have learned about the main. Okay, so over here, we have learned about the main page, and also after that, we have seen that you have to create a particular class under this main page. Okay, so inside this main function, you do have the my app function, and inside that, you do have your material app inside the widget. Okay, you do have the material app, and under this over here you basically have your activity page. Okay, so activity page is like a normal web application page, and inside a web application page you do have the scaffold. Okay, so a particular scaffold basically holds the app bar, the body, the navigation bar, or any widgets present inside the activity page is known as scaffold. Okay, so we're gonna learn how you will be able to do so. So for that, now let's come here, let's minimize this, and let's open up my Flutter file, okay? Or let's Android Studio, okay? So let me just type uh, Android Studio, and let's open it up. And over there, as we have already worked on that particular file, you guys will be able to see that in the recent file, I will have my application. Okay, so now let's wait for a while because it might take some time for it to get started. Okay, so totally depends on the type of PC or the type of laptop you're using, how many tab you're using. Okay, so automatically, as you guys can see, my main.dart file has been opened. Okay, so now let's come here and let's select the whole thing. Okay, And from here, I will just delete the whole thing from here itself. Okay. So the first thing what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create the main file or the main function. Okay. So I will just type main. Let's open and close parenthesis. And after that, I am going to open up the curly braces. Okay. So I'll just come here. I'll just open up my curly braces and I will just give the command which is run app. Okay. So over here, I will just put run app. Let's open parenthesis. And inside this run app, I need to make sure that what I will put. Okay. What is the app I'm going to put? Because over here, if you take a look, you guys can see that after the main function, I do have my app. Okay. So I do need to make sure that I create a class. And over here, I mention the application or my application which I will create. Okay. So over here now I will just come down. Let's click on enter. So now basically I want to create a application. Okay. Because I need to make sure that I put that particular application right over here, which will basically run. Okay. So for that, I will just, I have defined my particular application as class and I can just name anything. So let me just name it as my application and I will just combine uh, this one with stateless widget. Okay, so stateless widget. Okay, so over here you guys can see stateless widget over here. And after writing the stateless widget, I am going to open up the curly brace. Okay. So over here, as you guys can see, now I do have opened up the curly braces right over here. As you guys can see, this is the stateless widget. Over here, I do have mentioned the name of the application as my application. And I do have also combine this particular thing with the stateless widget. Okay. So once you are done with this, now one particular thing which you need to do here is basically you need to override a particular function. Okay. So I'll just keep my cursor on top of the name of this particular application or this particular my app and I'll just click on Alt and enter. And once I have clicked on Alt and enter, here it shows me that what are all I need to do. Okay. So first it's telling me to import package flutter.cupertino.dart. Okay. So over here now on top, if you guys just take a look. Okay. So let me just place it on the very top. Okay. So over here now I do have imported package dot flutter. So this is very important thing that you need to do. And after that, again, I will just keep my cursor in this particular name of my application. So if I just click on uh, Alt and enter, there is an important thing which I need to do is that I need to create one missing override. Okay. So over here, I need to make sure that I create a particular override. So it will just override a particular widget. And if I just click over here, you guys can see it is basically overriding this thing. Let's click on enter or let's click on enter over here, enter over here as well. And here you guys can see add override. And here it is actually working on with this build widget. And inside this bracket, I do have the build context function. Okay. So over here, you guys can actually put this thing right over here. And now as I do have created this particular application, I need to make sure that I put this one inside my run app application. Okay, so I will just type uh, my application. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have the my application. So I will just type my application and I will just open and close parenthesis. Okay. So under here, under run app, you guys can see I do have my application. And also over here, what I need to do is I want to keep this particular application constant. Okay. So for that, I will just type st, which is const, and I will just give it out a space right over here. And let me also close this down with semicolon. Okay, so over here, I will just close this down with semicolon. Okay, and I can mention over here uh, that this is the application. Okay, so over here, as I do have mentioned that I want to keep this my app or my application as constant. Over here also, once I am creating my application file over here, I also need to add a key component. Okay, so if I just click on Alt plus Enter, here you guys need to add a key to the constructor. Okay, so to keep it constant, I need to actually add a key to this particular constructor. So if I just click on key to constructor, this is how it will look. Okay. So I will just give it out a space right over here. And now if you guys just take a look, okay, you guys will be able to see that two part of the main source code flow is basically done. So the first thing is that I have created the main function manually, and also I do have created my application or my app function manually as well. Okay, so over here this is the main function. Okay, and under the main function I do have my application inside class, which extends with the stateless widget. Okay, and I have also mentioned this one that this will be constant. I have also applied that where you have to apply a override on the widget and on which particular widget as well. And now the next thing what I need to do is I need to create a material app under my application. So over here inside this particular widget, okay, so or inside this particular my application over here or inside this build widget, now I need to make sure that I also create another one. Okay, so I need to make sure that I return the material app over here. So for that, I'll just click on backspace and over here, I am going to type return. And also I want to keep this one as constant. So let me just keep this one as const. And after that, I am going to type material app. Okay. So I'll just type material app. And once you have typed, let's go with material app. And once you have written material app as well, now the next thing is let's open parenthesis. And inside this material app, I want to have different kind of pages. Okay. So let me just name the first page as home. Let me use the colon. And after the colon, I want to name my first page as home activity. And after that, after I have mentioned that inside this build widget, I want to return the constant of material app, and inside material app, I will have this particular page. Okay. So I'll just type home activity and now let's open and close parenthesis. over here. And now, once you have done this, now the next thing is that you have to create another class, okay? Or you have to create another widget over here. So if you do want to create another page, now let's come here. And from here, first thing first, I need to mention a class. So let me just type a class home activity. And after that, extend. And I'll just give it some space and let's type uh, state stateless widget. Okay, so I'll just type stateless widget. And again, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to open up the curly brace. Okay, so once I do have opened up the curly braces, and again, the same way, wherever you are creating a class uh, or a widget, make sure that always to run an override code. Okay, so let's click on Alt and Enter. Okay, so if you do come here, uh, go back class home activity. Okay, so over here also. So now once I have created this particular class, let me just import the material app option for Flutter app plus enter, and let's just import this particular function as well. Okay, so here you guys can see the material.dart package for Flutter is being installed as well. Okay, so now let's come here into the class home activity, and the same way I will just come here. Let's type extend. Let's give it our space, or let's just come totally here. If you do want to delete it, you guys can just delete this whole thing as well. Okay, so constant my app super dot key. The override is done here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see the closing. Okay, so over here it's closing this one, over here it is closing that one. Let's click on enter, and now let's type class, or let's go with uh let's click on enter, and I will just type class right over here. Let's go with class, and after that I will just type home activity. Now I'll just give this particular thing space. Okay, home activity, extend stateless widget. Okay, so stateless widget. And after that, now I am going to open my curly braces. Okay, so let's come here, and from here now let's open up the curly braces. Let's click on enter, and let's come down, and the same way what I'm going to do is I am going to use this override function. Okay, so you guys can see over here I do have used same way home plus activity. Let's click on alt and enter. Okay, so now let's come here. So now once you are done creating this class, now over here you have to basically click on alt and enter. And again, you need to create one missing override. Okay. So just click it right over here. Let's click on enter to go down again. Okay. So over here, let's click on enter. And now again, the same way, what I need to do is I basically need to add a content. Okay. So again, home activity, alt plus enter, and I need to add a key constructor. So I will just come here and click on to give me a key constructor. Okay. So till here, I hope you guys do have basically understood. Okay. So first off, we have created uh, my main function, and inside the main function I do have my application. Okay, it contains the application, and inside the application it contains the material application. And for material application also, you guys can see I do have imported the package of material dot dart. Okay, and other over here you guys can see I have named the home page as home activity. Okay, so now as this is done over here as well, okay, so now if you just take out a look, okay, so if you just come here, let's take out a look. We have the main app, we have the my application. Over here, I do have the material app. Now we do have the home activity. And after home activity, you guys can see after each activity page, we also have a scaffold. Okay. So if I just show you guys an example here, basically this is a web page. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is the web application page or activity page over here, and all the items over here inside which we have are called as widgets. Okay, so over here we need to understand that scaffold basically holds all the widget whatever you put inside your web application page. Okay, so for that now that I read scaffold. So let me just close this thing down as well. And what I'm gonna do is once I do have mentioned, okay. So once I have mentioned it right over here after this widget, okay. So I will just come here and let me just delete this. So let's click on backspace. Now let's click on tab and I will just click on tab again, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to type return scaffold. Okay, so over here as you guys can see return scaffold, and now I will just click on enter. I'll just click on enter over here, and I will just click on enter over here back again. So if I come here, let's put out the semicolon over here. And inside the scaffold, if you guys take a look, right now I don't have anything. So let's run this one. Let's put on Chrome Wave, and from here, I want to run the main Dart. Okay. So over here, you guys can see that error getters, setters, and methods can't be declared to be cons. Okay, so over here you guys can see this particular thing is basically showing me this analysis issue. Okay, so my app couldn't find constructor. Okay, so over here basically I did add the constructor. Let's go with my app, and if you do want to add this thing right over here, which is stateless widget. Okay, so stateless widget over here. If you do wanna convert it to stateful widget, you guys can also do that right over here. So basically over here, I do have changed the name. Okay, so now let's try to run this one inside my Chrome. Okay, so you guys will be able to see that as my scaffold is empty, it will basically create me an empty web page. Okay, so it might take some time for it to get started. And the same thing, you guys can just run it inside emulator as well. Okay, but I am not using any emulator because what it will do is it will just put a lot of pressure on my PC. Okay, so here you guys can see now over here it shows me that once I've returned scaffold, I don't have anything inside this particular page. Okay, so I will see in Chrome that how my mobile application will look like. And after that, let's click on enter. And I'm going to add some things to my scaffold. And now I'm going to show you guys after that. So over here, now let's try to add an app bar. Okay. So over here, I am going to basically add an app bar and let's name this one as app bar over here. And I can just keep this one as simple. And now if you just come right over here, okay, so restarted application. Okay, so if you just come here, okay, if you just refresh, let's just open this one and over here, you guys can see that I will also have and app bar. Okay, again, if I just click on enter, and if you do want to have a body, okay, so let's say I want to also have a body inside my scaffold, okay, and here inside my body, I want to also have a text, okay, so I will just type text, and now I will just open parenthesis, let's open the double quote, and I want to type hello everyone. Okay, so let's type hello everyone. Let's put out exclamation mark as well. Okay, so Control S to save it. And now if I just refresh this, here you guys can see it's written hello everyone right over here. Okay, so you guys can see now I do have this hello everyone option. So inside this scaffold, you guys will be able to basically put a lot of things. Okay. So for example, now I do have just a simple app bar. But now inside the app bar, if I do want to put out any title, let's say, I want to put out a title and also for title, my title will basically be in text. Okay. So again, I will just come here. I will just take out the text uh, data and from here I will just open the double quote and now after opening out the double quote I will just type this is my application. Okay, so I'm going to put this one right over here, Control S to save it. And if you just come right over here on top, you guys can see here in the app bar, this is written as this is my application. Okay, so inside this scaffold, you guys can have your app bar, the body, the navigation bar, okay, the upper navigation bar, the lower navigation bar. Okay, so you guys can basically have all of these things right over here. Okay, so in our next class, we are also going to learn that how you are going to add a lot of things inside the scaffold and we are going to learn in detail about other part or how to add a lot of components inside your scaffold. Okay, so here I hope you guys to have understood this particular class. So we tried to uh, show you guys that how you'll be able to create your main source code file. So first I have showed you guys about creating the main function. Then inside the main function, I have showed you guys how you can create your own application. And inside your application under the widget, how you can run your material app. And also after that, we have learned that how you guys will be able to actually run an activity page, and inside the activity page how you can actually add your scaffold, which contains your app bar, the body, the navigation bar. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about Flutter and its usage. So till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, where we'll be learning about the material app class. Okay, so we're gonna learn how the material app class is important. We are gonna learn about it, and also we're gonna test all the features which it includes. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So first, we're gonna learn that what the material app is. Okay. So the material app is basically a predefined class in Flutter. Okay. So in our last class, we do have created a class named as material app. We have returned that as well. Okay. So this is basically a predefined class. And also this is the core component of Flutter. Okay, so this is the core and one of the main component of Flutter. And why the material app component is very important. Okay, so this is something important that we should know as we are actually doing this separate chapter on the material app. So some of its features are that it controls the primary color, which is going to be used in the application. Let's say we can basically fix from the material app or basically write the code that what color the primary application or the primary color that the application will look like. Okay. And also the next one is that it controls that what kind of theme will be used in the application. Okay. Like whether a dark theme will be used, whether a normal theme will be used, what kind of color in case of a dark theme will be used, what kind of color will be used if I'm just normally in my application. So it controls all those simple things as well. Okay. And the next point over here is that it also decides whether to show the debug banner or not. Okay. And also it takes the Boolean value. So if you guys have noticed, once I have opened my application on the right hand side top corner, there was a small banner known as the debug banner because there it was shown written debug. Okay. So over here, you guys can also control that whether you want to see that particular debug banner inside your application or you do want to see that debug application. And it basically takes the Boolean value. Okay, using true and false, you guys can decide whether you want to see the debug banner or not. And the next feature is that it also controls that which widget or which component you want to show on the default root of the app. Okay. So in simple word, if I say that it will also be able to control that once you open up that particular mobile application. Okay. So once you open a mobile application, which page you will see first or by default, or which kind of component are you going to see by default. uh, the material app also controls these things as well. Okay, so it shows uh like the widget which you will be showing on default root of the application. Okay, and it also controls what is going to be the title for my application. Okay, so it will also control that what is going to be the title for the application over here. So now we will go into our Android Studio and we will see how it actually works. So now over here, you guys can see in our last class, we do have written this particular piece of code in the main.dart file. Okay. And over here, all only you guys can see that I do have the material app. Okay. So by default, as you guys can see, I do have already run this one and it is running as well. But what I want to do is I will just minimize this one and let me just feed the screen. Okay, so let's come over here and let me just feed it up. And also, as I do have this Chrome app, what I'm gonna do, I'm just keep this one on site. Okay, because when I make any changes over here, I also want to see it right over here. And I am not actually planning to put any kind of emulator right now, which is going to put a lot of pressure on my PC because I'm also running OBS at the same time to record this thing. Okay, so for that now, as you guys can see over here, I do have my material app. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to add other components over here. Okay, so material app, and what I'm gonna do is let's come here, let's click on enter. Okay, I'm going to click on enter over here again. Okay, and now let's come here, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna click on enter here as well. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is let's come to this particular point, and the first thing what I will do is I'll try to change out the theme. Okay, so let me turn off the caps, and here you guys can see I do have the option of theme, and over here now I will just access the component known as theme data. Okay, so I'll just put theme data, and now again I will just open the parenthesis, and from here now I will choose that once I have my theme. Okay, like once I do have my or once I have used this particular component known as the theme data, from here what color I am going to put as the primary swatch. So from here again I will just use the primary swatch. Okay, so as you guys can see, the primary swatch option, and inside the primary swatch option, I am going to use uh, the code of color dot, and once you click on colors dot, here you guys can see that you do have a lot of colors option available right over here. Okay, you do have blue, there is blue gray, there is cyan, brown, deep orange, deep purple. Okay, you guys can check out all of these colors. You guys can see they do have different shades of black as well. Okay, so from here now, let's say I do want to use some light colors. Okay, so let me just go with lime. Okay, so as you guys can see over here, now I have used dot lime color. Okay, so now if you just click right over here, and one thing we need to remember that once we are using this theme, or once you're working with this material app, we need to make sure that we delete constant, because theme and stuff is not going to stay constant. So that's why it's not showing me any changes. Okay, so material app, theme data, and over here you guys can see lime color, and now control S to save it up. Okay, so let's come here, return material app for theme data. And if you do want to use some other colors as well, let's go with blue. Okay, so if you do wanna use blue, you guys can also use the blue color as well. Okay, so if you want to flip the semantics, you guys can also come here and you guys can also change the semantics as well. Okay, so now once you're done here, you have already told the theme. Okay, so that is how it's going to look. And let's come here, and here you won't be able to see any changes yet. Okay, so over here, if you just come here now, let's reload it back again. Let's minimize it right over here. And now let's come to this particular point. Let's click on enter. And now I'm going to set that if my application is in dark theme, how it's going to look. Okay. So in the dark theme as well, I'm going to type theme data. And after writing theme data, let's open the parentheses. And from here, now again, I will just type primary swatch. Okay, so in the primary swatch, again, I will just go for color. Okay, so colors dot, and from here, basically, you guys can choose the color of how it will basically look right over here. Okay, so you guys can see uh, here how it actually looks. Okay, so again, here it shows dark theme dot theme data. Okay, and if you do want to stop this one, you guys can basically stop this as well. And again, if you do want to run this particular set of code, you guys can actually run this particular set of code as well. So let me see, is there any kind of changes or not? Is there any changes at all right over here? And what I'm gonna do is let me just minimize this one and let me just put it here in one side. Okay, so let's come here and let me just put this one right over here in one side. And after that, once I have put the dark theme as well, let's click on enter. Okay, and now I am going to select the color as well. Okay, like how the color is going to be. So over here I do have the option of color, and from here now I will just type color dot this amber accent. Okay, so I'm just going to take this amber accent color right over here. I can basically insert this one. Okay, so also over here we can also add, let's say, debug to text mode banner. So if you guys now take a look, I have also imported the emulator. Okay, so now let's come here, and if I just type false. Okay, so over here now I do have written false, control S to save it. And now on the left, right hand side top corner, I don't have the debug banner. Okay, so that's how you guys can actually work. So this is how it actually works. Here you can actually adjust the theme. You guys can choose that what is going to be the primary swatch color from here. Okay, so you guys will be able to choose that. You guys will be able to choose that once it basically changes. Okay, like return. Let's give it out a space. Control S to save it. Okay, so how all these things are basically going to look like. Okay, you are going to change out the color. And also over here you guys can just click and basically adjust the color, okay, according to yourself. And if you exactly have any uh, color code, you guys can import the color code from here directly, and you guys can basically work. Okay, so that's about it. And if you want to see that what all you guys will be able to insert inside the material app, so for that, now let's come here. And once you're right over here, if you click on control, let's say control P, okay. So once you click on control P here, you guys can see that over here you will be able to add navigator key, okay, the scaffold messenger key. Here you guys can actually put on this widget builder. You guys can see that you can include all generator root. There are a lot of things that you guys can actually use. So to see this one, just come here any place inside of this material app, and from here just click on Control plus P from your keyboard, and all of these options will basically be visible. Okay, so now from here, let's click on Control S to save this thing up, and that's how the material app basically work. And yeah, I hope you guys have understood this particular class. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about Flutter and its application. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, where we'll be learning about the scaffold class. Okay, so we already have an understanding what a scaffold class is. We have seen that we returned scaffold class. We have created it inside our main .dart file. Okay, so over here we're gonna learn a bit more about scaffold class. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So now over here on my screen, as you guys can see, that in our last class, we do have learned about the material app. Okay. So under material app, we have seen that how you can add theme, how you can actually set the primary swatch for your theme, how you can actually set the primary swatch for the dark theme if you ever choose that, the color, how you can actually move the checked banner, also about the home activity page. But here in this particular class, we are basically going to talk about scaffold. Okay, so I have showed you guys that if while running this particular app or while running this particular file, we don't have anything inside the scaffold option, then we will basically have a blank application. So let's come here, let's run this back again in Chrome. Okay, so let's see over here, we will be able to see the app bar with a title as this is my application. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, now let's decrease its size a little bit. And here you guys can see it shows that I do have the app bar, and the title of the app bar is this is my application. So I do have also mentioned that it will be in form of a text, and in the body, you guys can see, I have also mentioned that it will be in a text, and the text is basically hello everyone. Okay, so that's about it. And now we are also going to learn that how you can add more components to it. Like what are the other important things that you should include inside your scaffold class. Okay. So for that, what I'm gonna do is let's come here. If you take a look over here, is that what is a scaffold? Okay. So scaffold can occupy the whole screen device. Okay. So as I was showing you guys, and let's say this is basically the whole screen of the device. So it can actually contain the whole screen of the device. And inside the scaffold, you can have all the widgets. You can have the app bar. Okay. So here we will see what all can be included in the scaffold. So on the very top, you can add the app bar. Okay. And on the bottom here, you guys can basically add the bottom tab navigation bar. Okay. So there can be different kind of icons, there can be different kind of buttons. Okay. And inside here in the center, this is basically known as the body. Let's say you guys can add your text up. Okay, you guys can also add any floating action button. Let's say for a particular function, if you want to have a floating action button for doing anything or showing some pop-up menus for a particular action, okay, you guys can use the floating action button and basically you guys can design it as your liking as well. Okay. So on the both side of the device, you guys can see that the first one is basically the drawer. Okay. So the drawer is basically if you come here and if you just click on the screen on any particular place, you will have a drop-off menu from the left-hand side of the screen. So the drop-up menu, whatever you guys will have in your phone on the left hand side is basically known as the drawer, and all the pop-up menu option which you will have from the right hand side which are popping up from the right hand side is known as the end drawer. Okay, so that's about it. So here you guys can also add some other things as well, but now these are all the important things which we have to include inside our scaffold or inside our screen. Okay, so now let's do that and let's do that in detail. Okay, so over here now we do have the app bar, we do have the body, and now over here we are basically going to add the drawer. So if you just come here and if you just type drawer or if you just start typing, you guys can basically work on over here. And now for me, I'm not going to add anything over here, but from our next classes, we will go uh, point by point inside the scaffold. Okay, so we are going to learn in a different chapter about app bar in detail, about the body in detail, about drawer, about the end drawer in detail. Okay, so over here, there I do have the end drawer. Okay, so now let's come down and let's type bottom navigation bar. Let's open and close parenthesis. Let's click on enter. And this is the floating action button. Let's open and close parenthesis over here. So these are all the items and whatever we have seen over here in our diagram. So here it also have the app bar, the body, the floating action button, the bottom tab navigation, the drawer, which are the options will open from the left hand side, and the options which will pop up from the right hand side is known as the end drawer. And over here, also inside the scaffold, I also do have the six options accordingly right over here as denoted by the parentheses. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn about all of these things in detail and particularly by dividing them in each part and also in detail about each and every option. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10 where we'll be learning about the app bar. So in our last class, we do have learned about scaffold and its component, but here in this class, we are going to learn about those components individually. Okay, so let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here, the first question that we are gonna ask is where the app bar is situated. Okay, so app bar is mostly the topmost component of the application. Okay, like once we open application or if we have a page of an application which is activity. Okay, so it's mostly present on the topmost side. Okay, there we do have a lot of things what we are going to see. So now we will look into what are the components that are present inside the app bar. Okay, so app bar can basically have a list of widgets. Okay, which are different kind of component. Okay, it can be a text, it can be an icon. Okay, it can be an image, which are basically to be displayed. Okay, and also once you have those icon and once you have those widgets, it can also set different action to those widgets. Okay, so once you click on that particular component, it will redirect you to some page or it will basically do some kind of action, which we are going to see once we move deep into our classes. Okay, and also on the app bar, you can display the title or the name of the application. Okay, so if you do want to display the title of a particular application or the title of the page or the title of the activity, you guys can also show that over there in the app bar as well. Okay, and also in the app bar, we can also choose that what is going to be the color of the particular app bar. Okay, you can choose from a variety of colors. If you do have a particular color in mind, so using the color code, you guys can also change the color of the app bar. Okay, and also, you will be able to set the Z coordinate on where the app bar will be placed. Okay. So what it means is that you will be able to handle the elevation. Okay. Like, uh, will it be flat or will it be a little bit elevated? You guys can also manage that particular thing. Okay. And after that, we are going to learn about the shaping the app bar and also managing its shadow. Okay, so you can also check how you do gonna shape the app bar and also how you are going to manage its shadow. Okay, so on the app bar, how the shadow is going to be, you are going to manage that. Okay, so we are going to learn about all of these things over here. And once I show you guys practically of how it actually works, you guys will be understand or you guys will be able to understand this particular thing in a better way. So let's first move into our class. So in our last class, we do have seen a lot of components of the scaffold. Okay, so we have learned that what are the components. So there was the floating button, the tab navigation, the drawer, the end drawer. But here we are going to learn about app bar particularly. Okay, so first, how you are going to add out a title. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this option of app bar, then colon, then I did also write the app bar over here, and let's click on enter, and automatically you guys can see this have turned into a comment, and it's showing me, well, this is an app bar. So now you guys can actually add the component that you do wanna add. Okay, so the first component what I'm going to put is basically a title. Okay, so I will just add out a title over here, and I'm going to turn this into a text. Okay, so my title is basically going to be a text, like open parenthesis over here. Now let's open the double quote, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to basically give my app bar a title. Okay, so what can I do? Or what title can I give? Let's say I will just type grocery store. Okay, so I will just add this title, and this is just an example. Okay, so once I have written that, and also what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select a device and I'm going to run this as well. So let's select Chrome Wave and let's click on run, and let's see what is the result that I'll get. I'm not owning an emulator because it will just put a lot of pressure on my PC, but it does work the same way. Okay, so I'll just wait for it to open, and also I'll just keep both those screens side by side that any changes I make will automatically visible. Okay, like each and every time I don't have to show you guys about that. So here, let's wait for a while it is making actually trying to make a connection. Okay, so as you guys can see here, this particular thing is getting loaded, and let me just fix the size. Okay, so from the side and from the bottom, let's minimize this over here as well. Let me just keep this one in one side. Let me just bring it right over here. Okay, let me just come here, and let me just place it exactly on the side. So as you guys can see over here, I do have mentioned that I want to get a app bar, and there you guys can see I do have my title grocery store right here itself. Okay, and after that, now what you guys can do is you guys can also select that what is going to be the background color. Okay, so after that I'll just click on enter, and I will just type background color. Okay, and in background color, now if I just click, or if I just type colors, let's say. Okay, so I'll just type colors, then I will just put full stop, and once I click on the full stop here, you guys can see that I do have a variety of options of colors that I can basically choose. Okay, so there is green, there is amber, okay, there is gray, lime, okay, there is a lot of options from basically which I can choose from. Okay, so you guys can just take any colors according to your liking from here. And also we're gonna learn that how you're going to customize the color. Okay, so in our last class, I have actually showed you how you can work on with the custom color using the color code. Okay, so if I just go with this orange accent, okay, so you can come here, and basically you guys can work with this orange accent. And if you just want to go with this reload over here, you guys can see that now I do have orange color on my app bar. Okay, So that is how you guys can actually change the color. Let's say if I do want to give this one up a different color instead of orange, let's go with a red accent. And now if I just flutter this front here, this is how it will basically look. Okay, so let's come over here. Now let's click on enter, and now I am done showing you guys how to change, how to add a title in your app bar, how you can actually put out a background color to it. And now the next thing is that I will show you guys how you can actually put out title spacing. Okay, so if you just take a look, you guys can see the spacing between each letter is not much. Okay, if you do want to increase the letter spacing or the title spacing, basically the title spacing maybe from the left hand side. Okay, so now my title is a lot on the left hand side. What I can do is I can just type title spacing. Okay, so I'll just type title spacing right over here, and I can just give out a number. Okay, let's put up some big numbers. Let's go with 50. Okay, and after that, if I just flutter the hot reload, you guys can see it is just leaving up a lot of space on the left hand side. And the same way, if I just go with a 250, and if I just flutter hot reload, you guys can see you are not able to see it anywhere because it just went out. Okay, so the same way if I just put 30, and now let's run this again. Here you guys can see the changes over here as well. Okay, so that's how you guys can work with the title spacing option right over here as well. Okay, so that is about it. And now the next thing is that as you guys can see my toolbar right over here, you can also specify that how long your toolbar is going to be or what is going to be the width of your toolbar. You guys can also select that. Okay, so for that now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here. Let's click on enter, and I'll just type title, or let's go with toolbar height. Okay, so I'll just select this toolbar height, and I can just add out any numbers. Let's go with 120. Okay, so if I just put 120, and if I just run the hot reload, you guys can see the width of the toolbar has basically changed. And the same way, if I just go with 400, and if I just click on Flutter Hot Reload, you guys can see how long this toolbar basically looks. So normally what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to put out 50, and let's see how it actually looks. Totally depends on how you basically do wanna work. Okay, or let me just go with 70. Okay, and here 70 quite looks like this, and you guys can work with this as well. Okay, so I'll just keep the toolbar height at 70. Let's click on enter, and now I am going to show you guys about another option in the app bar, which is known as the toolbar opacity. Okay, so the text which I have used right over here, now this is quite visible. Like if you want to make it a bit of faded, okay, you guys can use the particular option known as toolbar opacity. Okay, so let me just type toolbar opacity. Here I already do have the option, and here this particularly is out of 1. Okay, let's say if I just want the least opacity, then I will just go with 0.1. Okay, and once you write 0.1, let's run this one, and here you guys can is not able to see. Okay, so from here if I just go with 0.5, and let's come here, you guys can see now the particular text is visible by 50%. Okay, and if I just put 1 over here, and if I just run this thing, you guys can see the opacity didn't change at all. Okay. So the max is 1 and the least opacity that you guys can use is zero point 0.1. Okay. So it basically varies from 0 to 1. Okay. So that is like 0 to 100, kind of like that. Okay. Like 0.1 is 10%, 0.2 is 20%, 0.5 is 50% opacity. So it kind of works like that. So we do have learned about title, about how you can actually change the background color. We have learned about the title spacing. We have learned about the toolbar height. And also we have learned about the toolbar opacity. Okay. So the next thing we are going to learn is we're gonna learn about the elevation. Okay. So what is elevation? Okay. So here you guys can see my particular app bar is now quite flat. So if you want to give them out any kind of effect, which will show that this is kind of elevated. So in that case, what you're gonna do right over here is you are going to type elevation. Okay. So here you guys can see I do have the option and under elevation first, let me just give 10. And now let's run this one. And here you guys can see a bit of elevation, but the same way, let's go with 200 and let's run this thing again. And you guys can see this one looks a bit more elevated. Okay, so let's go with 700 over here and let's run this one. And you guys can see this particular thing looks a bit more elevated as well. Okay. So for me, by default, I'll just keep the elevation as 0. Okay. So I'll just keep the elevation as 0. And you can also see the shadows also matters when you're working with elevation. So let's run this one. Let's keep it quite like this. And the next thing we are going to learn is that over here we have actually created the title, the background color, the title spacing, the toolbar height, the opacity of the toolbar, and also the elevation. So the next thing what we will be doing over here is I am going to put out some of the icons. Okay, so I'll show you guys how you can actually put out different kind of icons over here. So to put out different kind of icons, the first thing that we are going to do is I'm going to write the keyword known as action. Okay, so once I write actions, you guys can see that this is also an array. Okay, so let's come here, let's click on enter, and after that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write here icon button. Okay. So there are different kind of presets that we guys can use over here. So to add this icon right over here, now I'm going to type icon button. Okay. So let's go with icon button right over here. And let's go with icon button. And once you create this particular thing right over here, we need to understand that we are going to work with two different things. Okay. So the first one inside the icon button is on press. So this means that once you press the particular icon that you're going to set, what is going to happen? Okay. And the next option is icon, which will basically say that what icon will be displayed right over here. So first we are going to focus on how you can basically set an icon on the app bar. Okay. So to set up icon, now let's come here on the icon option I am going to open parenthesis, okay? And after opening up parenthesis, now I'm going to use different kind of icons which I already do have inside Flutter, okay? So I'll just type icon, then I will just put out a dot. And as you guys can see, once I have put on icons and dot, there are all of these options, okay? So also you guys can see that I do have all these icons right over here. Okay, so you guys can just select one. Okay, and after that, I'll just put out a comma over here. And now, let's select all of this using Control C. Now let's click on Enter, Control V, Enter, Control V, and also I'll just click on Enter, Control V right over here. And as you guys can see, now I do have all of these four icons. So if I just run the hot reload, okay, so over here, there is some problem, okay, where so the argument type icon data can't be assigned to the parameter type widget. Okay, so icon data is from failed to recompile application. Icon better press on press icon, or I need to just type over here icon again. Okay, so I also need to mention icon over here. Okay, so let's type icon, and I'll also mention icon over here. So I will just go with icon the same way uh, over here. I'll just type icon, and also right over here I will just type icon. Okay, so let's open parenthesis. So here now, most probably it should work because inside icon, I do have to give the command of icons. And after that, I need to make sure that I put my desired icons using icons dot. Okay, so kind of same like this color. Okay, so Control S to save it. Okay, and let's try to run this thing. And here also you guys can see the getter on press isn't defined for the class home activity. Okay, home activity is from package.application. Okay, so I'm just showing you guys that these are the type of problems that you guys might face while you're working. Okay, so as I didn't have saved anything, or I don't want anything to come once I press. So for that, I'm going to keep the open parenthesis, and then I will just put on the curly braces as well. Okay, so open parenthesis, or let's delete over here, and also I will just put out the curly braces, uh, backspace, open parenthesis, and curly braces over here, uh, open parenthesis, and curly braces, curly braces. Okay, so I'm not putting on any function yet. Okay, over here. So I'll just keep it quite like this. Control S to save it. Okay, and you guys can see over here on my screen on the right hand side, there is these four icons. Okay, so if I just place, or if I just press these icons right now, nothing is basically happening. But I don't want all these four icons to be the same icon. Okay, so I need to make changes right over here. So let's come here individually, and I will just type icon dot, and here I do have a lot of options. Okay. So basically from here, I can just check what I do want to take. Okay. So let me just take this one. And again, let's come here and I will just put icon dot. And I can just come down over here as well. As you guys can see, here you do have this account rounded circle. Okay. So over here, you do have this add box. Okay. So let me just put this outline add box over here and let me just change it. Let me just put dot. And also you guys can just come down and you can also add all of these options. Okay. So if you do want to add the call option, you guys can come here and you guys can add the call options as well. So I'll just click on Control S and over here, you guys can see that the icons over here have basically been changed. Okay, so over here, I do have the account balance icon. I do have the accessibility, new sharp icon. I do have the add box outline and over here, I do have the add call icon as well. Okay, so if you just open in full screen, this is how it looks. But in mobile, it might look a bit different. Okay, but that's why I have placed it quite like this. And if you do want me to increase the size, you guys can see, you guys can increase the size right over here as well. So as you guys can see now, once I'm pressing this, nothing is happening because over here I didn't put out any action. So now we are going to learn that once you click, okay, like once you click on all of these icons, I want a message to basically pop up. Okay, so just to show you guys that if you set any action, it will basically do. Okay, like once you click on a particular icon or once you click on a particular button, some kind of pop-up messages just come and then it disappears. I'm gonna add something like this to it. So let's see how it's basically done. And yeah, I hope you guys have understood till this part about the app bar. But now we're gonna learn about uh, the action of your icons as well. So now over here, what I'm going to do is basically I need to create up a function. Okay. So instead writing a function, I can also just come up right over here and I can basically start or basically put a function. But what it will basically do is it will just make this area a bit more complicated. Okay. So it will make it a bit crowdy. But instead, what I can do is, as you guys can see, I'm over here in the home activity class. I can actually create a function. Okay. So to create a function, what you guys can do is you guys can just type my message. And after that, now let's open up the square bracket. And over here, I want to basically create two parameters. Okay. So the first parameter is going to be the message and the next parameter is basically going to be the context about which I am going to write. So I will just type message. I'll just give a comma and I will just type context. And after that, I will open up my curly braces. Okay. So let's open out the curly braces and over here I am going to use my semicolon and let's come here. Let's click on enter and the next thing what I'm gonna do is let's come here. Let's just delete this. Let's keep my cursor over here and I'm going to use a default text what I should be using over here. So that is Scaffold Messenger. So if I just type Scaffold, and here you guys can see I do have the function which is Scaffold Messenger. And once I have added Scaffold Messenger, I will just put dot and I will just type off. Okay, so as you guys can see, off, then I will just open parenthesis. And inside the parenthesis, you guys can see over here, I am going to put my build context. Okay, so if you guys take a look here in this particular widget, so inside this build widget, I do have this parameter which is the build context. Okay, so over here first I have added the message parameter, then I do have added the context. Okay, so the same way after the scaffold dot off function, over here I am going to use the context parameter. Okay, so let's go with context. And after that, after context, let's put out a dot. And now I am going to type show snack bar. Okay, so this is another parameter that I need to use. And inside this show snack bar parameter, now let's click on enter. And inside this, or let me just come here and first let me just close this with a semicolon. And after that, let's come here and I'm going to come here and now I am going to name another parameter, which is the snack bar, basically the message. And inside the content option, okay, so now I do have mentioned the content. Okay, so I want my messages to be in a text format. Okay, so firstly, I need to mention it that my content over here will be in format of a text. So let's come here. And after that, I am going to mention message. Okay, so this is going to be the string data. Okay, so I will just come right over here. Then I do have the square bracket. And if you just take a look now, so anytime over here I do call my message function, what it will do is it will come here into the scaffold messenger and it will first go on to the context. And after that, here in the snack bar, first it will show me the content as text. And over here, now once I add this parameter right here, it will show me whatever content I put in. Okay, so anytime I call this particular function over here in the icon button, it will show me the messages or this particular function will basically get run. Okay, so now let's come here and what I can do is I will just first mention the name. So let's come here and this is the curly braces and the name of my function is my message. Okay, so I will just type my message. Okay, so here you guys can see so my message and afterwards over here in my messages I will open the double quotation and inside the double quotation here as you guys can see uh, I will just type this is the home icon. Okay, so I want this to be visible and the same way again what I'm going to do here is I will just copy this whole thing. Okay, so I will just copy this Control C and Control V. Okay, so the same way Control V and Control V right over here as well. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have this particular thing right over here. Let's go with the semicolon. And over here, I'm going to put out the semicolon as well. Same goes with this, the semicolon, and the semicolon right over here. So what I did wrong over here is basically I deleted the curly braces. So now this is fine. Okay. So for this particular icon, I can just come here and I will just type any text. Okay. So I will just type. Once it is pressed, it should show me uh, how can I help you. Okay. So let me then, how can I help you? Okay. And also I can just add a question mark, and after that you can add your note. I will just type you can add your note, and after that I will just type you can join us in the conference call. Okay, so you can join us in the conference call. So in total, if you guys take a look over here, basically, first what I did is first I called for this particular function. Okay, so my message is the name of the function. And once this is called here, what it will do is once I've called this my message, it will just run this particular function. And once it runs this particular function, here you guys can see that I do have my text right over here. Okay, so now if you take a look, if I just click, okay, so here now you guys can see if I just click on the home icon, here it shows that this is the home icon. Okay. And if I just click on the second icon, it shows how can I help you. And once I click on the third icon, you can see you can add your note. Text is there. And lastly, if I just click on this icon, here it shows you can join us in the conference call. Okay. So that's how you guys can add an action to your icon present in the app bar. Okay. So I hope this particular class was clear for you all on how to actually work in or how you can actually work on putting some action on your icons in the application bar. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn and explore more about Flutter and its icon. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11 where we'll be creating a floating action button in Flutter. Okay, so we're gonna learn how you can create a floating action button in Flutter. In our last class, we do have learned about the app bar. So inside the scaffold, how you will be able to add a floating action button. And what is a floating action button? We're gonna learn over here if you don't have any idea about that. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So in your mobile phone, you guys must have seen that while using different kind of applications, you do have a small icon on the right hand side bottom corner of your phone. Okay. So there you might have some option, let's say of adding something, or you might have an option of tick. Okay. There can be any icon as such. So this is basically known as the floating action button. And the floating action button is mostly placed at the right bottom corner of the application by default. Okay. So by default, it is basically present at the right bottom corner in most of the time, and it also floats over the content at a fixed place. Okay, so let's say your particular application have something inside that particular application. Okay, they do have some text and stuff. Okay, but over here, what happens is in case of the floating action button, it stays elevated or it stays on top. Okay, so it stays on top or at a fixed place, and anything underneath that, once it comes over it, you won't be able to see it because you have the floating action button just on top of your screen, a bit elevated. Okay, so now let's see how you guys are going to create a floating action button inside your application. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see now, again, I'm in the same application in which I was working on. Okay, so this is basically the app bar in which we guys were working. So now, if you do want to minimize this to just make your workspace look a bit more cleaner, what I can do is I will just minimize my app bar. Okay. So as you guys can see, once you minimize, it is going to look quite like this. And after that, if I just click on enter, and over here, I can basically add the floating action button. Okay. So I can just type uh, small cap floating action button right over here. And now inside the floating action button, I also do need to use another floating action button widget class. Okay. So for that, now again, I'm going to type floating action button. Okay. And once you have done this one, okay, the floating action button, I'm just going to uh, delete this on pressed action, and I'm gonna click on enter. And once I click on enter, now I have to put all the characteristics that I basically do want in my floating action toolbar or floating action button. Okay. So firstly, I need to make sure that what is the level of elevation am I looking for? Okay. So I'll just type on elevation, and for elevation, I will just go with 15. And now let's click on enter. And after clicking on enter, the next thing is that I will add a particular option known as child. Okay. So what does this particular widget do? So you will have a floating action button, but it will just be a small circle, right? But inside your floating action button, if you do want to put any kind of icon, how you are going to do that. Okay. So for that, now after writing child, we already know that how you guys are basically going to put out the icon. Okay. So first I have to mention icon. Okay. And after that, I will just open parenthesis, and now I will just type icon, and if you just click on dot, here you guys can see there are lot of these options which can be used inside your action bar. Okay, so all these options. Okay, so I will just use this add underscore circle. Okay, so now let's see how my action tool or floating action bar looks like. Let's go with the Flutter Dart reload. And here you guys can basically see that it is not giving me any answer yet. Okay, required name parameter on press must be provided. Okay, So I will just show you guys once I'm done putting all the parameters that I should put over here. So I hope you guys have understood about elevation. You guys have understood about the child parameter as well. And the next thing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose out the background color of your floating action button as well. Okay, so I will just go with background color. As the background color of my app bar is this kind of red, maybe I will just go with blue. Okay. So for that, you already know that you have to type on colors, and once you click on dot, here you guys can see there I do have a lot of options. Okay. So if I just go with indigo, indigo also goes on very well. Now let's click on enter, and now I am going to put out some action once I click on this particular button. Okay, so I need to make sure that I put on this. Okay, so let's come right over here. So floating action button over here, this particular class, and next class is the floating action button. Okay, so floating action button right over here as well. So let's come here. So now manually right over here, let's type on press. Okay, so this is a void function. And after writing on press, I will just open parenthesis. And after that, I will just open up my curly braces. Okay, so let's open up the curly braces. Now let's click on enter. And you guys have already known that how you are going to add auto action. So in our last class, you have seen that how did I basically add a snack bar. Okay, so over here, I am also going to show some messages. So for that, the first thing what I need to do is I need to call the function that I created right over here on top under the home activity class. Okay, so the name of my function is my message. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to type my message. Okay, so over here I do have my message, and after that I'm going to type the message. So let's open out the double quote, and I will just type this is the floating action button. Okay, so I'll just add this one up. Let's put out exclamation mark. And here you guys can see what is basically the context. Let's close this down with semicolon. Okay, and you guys can see once pressed, it will show me or it will run my message function, and it will show me this is the floating action button, and this is basically the context. Okay, so that's how you guys can actually create a floating action button. And now once I click on Control S, you guys can see this is how it looks. Okay, so the color doesn't look that great. So in that case, what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to change the color. So let me just go with red. Okay, so I will just go with the pure red, and again Control S to save it, and this one looks a lot better than the previous one. So if you want to change the icon as well, you guys can do so. And now let's check that if I just press on this particular floating action button, will it show me the message which I have put on press action button. Okay, so if I just come here and if I just click here, it shows that this is the floating action button and then it basically disappears. So it was quite successful that we have learned about the floating action button of how it actually works. So now let's go back and let's see what all we have learned. So first we have learned that how you will be able to add the class of floating action button. And once you have clicked or once you have created the class over here, I have actually mentioned different parameters that you should include inside your floating action toolbar. So first is the elevation, like how much elevated do you want your floating action button to be. The next point is the child. So basically that is what kind of icon that you want to put inside your floating action toolbar. You guys can choose it after writing icon dot, then choose accordingly. And also you guys can select the background color of your floating action toolbar. And lastly, once you have created the floating action toolbar, you need to make sure to put out the action to it. Okay, so if you want to put the snack bar content or any kind of messages regarding that, how you will be able to do so. So yeah, now in our next class, we are going to learn about the navigation or the bottom tab navigation. Okay, so if I just go to Canva, so I have showed you guys in the scaffold class about this particular diagram. So basically, we have learned about the app bar. We have learned about the action, floating action button, and we are going to learn about the bottom tab navigation right over here. So individually, we are going to try to cover each and everything, which basically occupy the whole screen of the device. So I hope to see you all in the next. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 12, where I'll be showing you guys about the bottom tab navigation. So we are going to see how the bottom tab navigation works. And if you guys don't know what a bottom tab navigation bar is, I'll be showing you guys right that as well. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So first, what is a bottom tab navigation bar? Okay, so if you guys take a look on the image which I have on the screen, you guys might have seen this kind of same menu bar present at the bottom of different kind of applications. So most of the applications that we use, we have seen this kind of a bottom navigation bar in those applications as well. Okay, so this particular menu or the bottom navigation bar or bottom tab navigation is present at the bottom of the scaffold. Okay, so we have learned that a particular page is the whole thing of a page is basically of scaffold and it is actually present at the bottom of the scaffold. Okay, and if you take a look that there are different options like home, wallet, analytics, reward, settings, and depending upon the application, the options they basically vary. So if you take a look, or if I just make you guys try to understand it in a simple way, I do have a bar, and inside those bar, I do have different kind of icons. And one icon consists of an icon and a label or a tag. Okay, so you can also add multiple icons and multiple text in there as items. Okay, so bottom tab navigation bar consists of items, and an item consists of different icons and different text. And once you click on those icons and those tabs, you might be getting some different messages. Okay, we have learned how to get action bars. Okay, and you can also fix that what is going to be the default page. Okay, you guys can also do that. So now let's move on to Android Studio and let's see practically how it actually works. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now in our last class, we do have learned about the floating action button. Okay. So in the floating action button, now again, what I'm gonna do is I am basically going to minimize this. So let's come here and let's minimize it over here, the floating action button. And from here, now I am going to click on enter. And now I am going to add the bottom navigation bar class. So let's type bottom navigation bar. So once I just type BOT, here you have all of the suggestion of the widgets. Okay, so once I put this widget, I need to mention the same thing as a class as well. So let's type bottom navigation bar. Okay, so here you guys can see the bottom navigation bar. And once I've opened this particular class, which is known as the bottom navigation bar, here it basically shows me items. So I need to make sure that I do put on items right over here. So for that, now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete the content inside. So let's come here. I will just delete this items option. Let's click on enter. Let's click on enter over here again. And now I will just add another option or another array over here, which is items. Okay. So this is going to be a list, and items over here basically means that what all do I want to include inside my bottom uh, navigation bar. Okay. So now if I just click on enter, you guys can see it is basically giving me an error. Okay. Because in my items option, I didn't basically add anything at all. Okay. So over here, I need to make sure that I do add some icons, like what all icons do I need? And also I do add a label to the icons that I'm going to work on with. Okay. So now once I've clicked on item, now let's click on enter. And now it is the time for adding these items in my navigation bar, which is the bottom navigation bar. So for that, I need to use a key bar. Okay. So here you guys can see the bottom navigation item. Okay. So over here now, as you guys can see, once I have added the bottom navigation bar item class, here it shows me icon. Okay. So I'm just going to put out icon as well. Okay. So icon, and I'll just type another class over here, which is icon. And now let's open another parenthesis inside. And you already know how you can add icons. So I will just put icon dot. And here you guys can see that there are a lot of these options. Okay, so let's come here and I'll just check which icon to basically use first. Okay, so these are pre-built icons that you guys can actually use. Okay, so let's come here and you guys can just add out a home page basically. So let me just search for that. So let's come here, and if I just search for home, okay, so here you guys can see that I do have the home field option. So the first thing I did is I had actually added the items, and now I'm mentioning what are the items that I do want to add. Okay, so over here now I have added an icon, which is a home field icon. You guys can see it on the left hand side as well. Okay. And now as I have added this icon, I also need to add a label to it. Okay. So for that, now let's come here. Let's put out a comma. And once you put out a comma, now I am going to type a label. Okay. So here you do have the key known as label. And after that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open my double quote and I'm just going to type home. Okay. So I will just type home right over here. Let's put a comma over here as well. Let's click on enter. Let's click on enter over here. Let's click on Control C to copy, Control V to paste, and Control V to paste back again. Okay. So as you guys can see, now I do have added three of the same icon. So again, if I just click on Control S to save it, you guys can see now here I do have all these three icons or all these three items named as home. Okay. But now I don't want all of these three things as home. Okay. So I will just come here and I will just change out the icon. So let me just go with icon dot and I can just add which one do I want. So let me just go with, uh, let me just go with this add box. Okay, I can just use this add box, otherwise I can just use this add box right over here. Okay, so I will just put this one, and over here in label, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type cart. Okay, so I'll just make this one as cart, and now let's come here and I'm just going to type notification. Okay, so I will just go with this bar, which is the notification, and after that, I will name this one as notification. Okay, and I'll just delete this one right over here. Now let's click on Control S to save it, and you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so here it shows me home. Here I do have the item as cart. Here I do have the item as notification. Okay, so these three items are inside my bottom navigation bar over here. So now the next thing what I'm going to show you guys over here is if you take a look here in my device. Okay, so what or the emulator which I have opened, you guys can see that the home page is in a different color. Okay, than the other pages right over here, than the cart page or the notification option, because now I can also select that by default what I actually want to select. Okay, like by default what I actually want to do, I can basically select that. Okay. So if I do want to come here, and for that, now I need to click on enter. Let's come here. let's type enter, and I'm going to basically type current index. Okay, and if I just put on 0, and let's come here, let's click on enter, and for current index right now, if I just click on Control S, you guys can see my home page is basically opening up by default. Okay, so I don't have to particularly come here, and I don't have to open up my home page. But here now, let's say I don't want the home page to open by default. Instead, I want the cart page to open by default. So for that now, I will just put the number as 1. And if I just click on Control S, you guys can see now my cart will be in a different color, because by default it is opening our the cart page. So the same way, if I just put on current index to Control S for plus, and here you guys can see now the notification bar is basically opened by default. So for current index, I'll just keep it as 0. So Control S to save it. I want to keep my home page as default. So as this is done, so now what I want to do is, now I do have all these items inside my bottom navigation bar. Okay. So what I want to do is I also want to add some other functions to it. Okay. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come over here, and I'm just going to click on enter, and I'm just going to type on tap. Okay, so over here I do have this particular function which is on tap, and after that I will just come here and I'll just open parenthesis. Okay, so once you open this parenthesis, now you need to mention the index numbers as well. So the index number basically plays a huge role over here. First, I need to mention that using what I am going to specify what function to basically run. Okay, so I will just mention that it is going to be integers, and I will just type index. Okay, so I have mentioned it right over here on tab, and now let's open up the curly braces. Okay, so let's open out the curly braces, and I have clicked on enter, and on tab now I am going to use the if function. Okay, so now let's try to use the if function right over here. So the first thing is that if, let's open parenthesis, if index is equal to 0. So in that case, now what I'm going to write, so that's basically the thing. Okay, so now let's come here. Let's close out the curly braces as well. And let's click on enter. And if you guys have remembered that while typing a action or while applying an action as a snack bar, I do have used this particular function which is known as my message. So it also have two parameters, but over here now I will just type my message. Okay. So and inside message now let's open out the double quote, and I'm going to type that the home page. Okay, and I will just keep out the context the way it is. But over here inside the context option, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and put on semicolon. Okay, so that is basically done. So now let's come here, let's click on Control C, and let's click on enter, and now I'll just put on Control V, click on enter, and Control V back again. And now the same way I will just change the index number from index 1 to index 2. Okay. Because as here I only do have three icons. So I have added the integers of 0, 1, and 2 accordingly. So the home page, then the, or let's type add to cart, and the next is your notification. Okay. So if you guys just take a look now, if you just click on tab, and let's say if you just click on to this zero index, it will show you this particular message. Okay. So here it will show you the home page message as a snack bar. Okay, so as a snack bar, it will show you that. And after that, if you click on cart here as a snack bar, it will show you add to cart option. And over here, if you put index equal to 2, it will put your notification over here as well. Okay, so this is it till now. And if I just click on Control S, now, if I just click on home, here you guys can see it shows me the home page. If I go and click on cart here, it shows me a message of add to cart. And if I just click on notifications here, it shows that your notification as a as a snack bar. Okay. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class. Okay, so over here we do have learned about the bottom navigation bar, and inside bottom navigation bar we have checked that how you can work with the current index, and also how you will be able to add different kind of items inside the bottom navigation bar item. We have also seen that how you guys can actually use the if statement to get any particular result on the items that you have added in the bottom navigation bar item. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we are gonna learn more about Flutter. So if I just show you guys, let's open my application, and from here we have already talked about the app bar. We have already talked about the floating action button. Now here in this class, we have learned about the bottom tab navigation. So in our next classes, we are going to learn about the drawer, the end drawer, and also about the body. So yeah, see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 13, where we'll be learning about the navigation drawer. Okay, so we will learn that how you can add a navigation drawer inside your application, and also how you are going to actually edit that. Like they do have basically two parts. One part is basically the header, and the other part is the list tile. Okay, where you will basically have your number of lists, how you can add actions to those. So let's not waste much time, and let's see how those things are basically done. So now from net or from your search engine, if you guys go and search the navigation drawer, let's take the first image, and this is how your navigation drawer will actually look like. Okay. So on the sides, you guys can see I do have a lot of options, and also with each of these right over here, I do have icons, as well as I do have the name of the option. Okay. So the navigation drawer is basically divided into two basic parts. So all these options underneath the options starting from my files till backup are known as the list style option. And on top here, you guys can see this particular thing is basically known as the header option. Okay. So now I will show you guys how you can work and basically create those things. So now over here on my screen, as you guys can see, this is the same application in which we guys were working. And over here, now we are going to first hide the bottom navigation or bottom navigation bar in which we guys were working. Okay. So till now, we have learned about the app bar, the floating action button, the bottom navigation bar, and the next thing we are going to learn is actually the drawer. Okay. So first, let me just type drawer. Okay. And inside drawer, now again, I have to mention the class known as drawer. Okay. So let's type drawer. And once you type drawer, now let's open and close parenthesis. Okay. So now I do have added open and close parenthesis. Now let's click on enter. And once you've clicked on enter, by default, you guys can see that it is showing you that this is actually a drawer. Okay. So if I just click on Control S right now, you guys can see on my emulator, I already have this open navigation menu. So if I just open this one, there is nothing inside my drawer yet. Okay. So now here we are basically going to work. Okay. And over here, so the same way as we were looking in net that how you can actually add all these list items, I will show you guys how you guys can do that. Okay. And already I have told you that these items are basically divided in two different parts. Okay. So one is the list style and the other one is the header style. Okay. So there you do have to use a parameter which is known as child. Okay. So I need to make sure that I put on child, and inside this child parameter, I need to mention that I want to have all of or most of my options in list view. Okay, so let's come here and I will just type list view. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have this list view option. And once I have this list view option right over here, inside this child, as I have already mentioned it, right over here, that this is going to be a list view, and inside this child parameter, to add the items that I do want to add inside my list, I will add another parameter which is known as children. Okay. So inside the child parameter, if I'm putting on list, I can also add children option to put out the items accordingly. Okay. So I do have written children. Now let's come here and let's click on enter. And the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to put on the header. As I have already told you that those things are divided in two different parts. So the first one is drawer header. Okay. So drawer header. And now inside this child, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that I am adding on a text. And now let's open parenthesis right over here, open double quote, and I will just type Flutter app. Okay, so I'm just going to name the top part as Flutter app. And again, I am going to use out a comma. And the same way, now I will just click on enter. And as I'm done with the header, now I'm going to use list option. Okay, so for that, now I will just type list tile. Let's open parenthesis in the list tile, and I am going to give these things title. Okay, so title colon text. Then I'm just going to open parenthesis. Then I'll just put on the double quote, and I'm just going to name those things accordingly. Okay, so the first one is home. Let's put out a comma and let's click on enter, and let's come here, and I'm just going to copy the whole string using Control C, Control V, Control V back again, Control V over here. Let's click on enter and let's put on Control V here as well. Okay, so this is basically going to be the header. Okay, and underneath over here I do have all the titles. Okay, so let me just change the name. Okay, so I will just put your order, and then I'll just put your address. Then I will just type help, and lastly I will just put contact us option. Okay, so let's come here, let's put out the comma right over here. So now if I just click on Control S, okay, so here you guys can see this is basically showing me some error at first. Okay, so for that, now if I just come here, if I just open it up, you guys can see in the header option, I do have this written as Flutter app. And after that, here in the list style, first I do have home. Secondly, I do have your order. Third, I do have your address, or instead, I will just come here, Control S, and if I just open this, here you guys can see address, help, and contact us option. Okay, so inside this drawer, first I do have created the header, then I do have created all of this list accordingly. So till now we have learned how you can add all of this text over here. So the next thing over here, what we are going to learn is that how you are going to basically add on icons. Okay. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here onto the starting of the bracket, and I'm going to basically add out a new option. Okay, so I will just type leading. Okay, so I'll just type leading, and after that I will just give you guys out a colon, and now I will just type icon, and inside that, or let me just first divide this one. Okay, so let's go with icon. And what I'm going to do is I am just going to type icon dot. And over here, as this is the home page, so I can just type icon dot home. Okay, so let's see how it actually works. So icon dot let's go with home option. Okay, so I'll just select the same home. Okay, so icons dot home, and the title is text is going to be home. And after that, over here now I do have the other options as well. Okay, so for that now let's click on Control C to copy, Control V to paste it, and the same way Control V, Control V, and Control V as well. Okay, so this particular five options actually have these five different texts. But over here now I also want to change the icon. Okay, so let me just come here and let's type order, and after that I will just go with or here icons dot, and let's come here and let's see what are the options available. Okay, so let's go with icons dot, and you guys can just come down and you guys can work accordingly as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's check this thing out. So let's come here and let's put icons dot, and here you guys can see add outline box. Okay, so I'll just add this particular box, and now again over here, and I will just type address. Okay, so icons dot address. Okay, so icon dot address, so you guys can come here and basically search. Okay, from here, so let's take this one for address, and now I'll just go with icons dot help, and here I do have the icon, and now I will just go with contact, and over here now I can just take any contact page as possible. So let's come here, and if I just click on Control S to save it, now if I just open it, here you guys can see now I also do have the emojis as well. Okay, so if you just take out a look, so over here we do have learned that how you can create a bottom navigation bar, and inside the child I do have the list view, and there is drawer and header attached, and underneath over here we do have five list tiles. Okay, so you need to make sure of that as well. So now after putting on the icon, the next thing is I am also going to put on another property on it. Okay. So as you guys can see, I do have the text, I do have the logo. But the next thing is, let's say if I just click on this one, I want to show up a pop-up message. Okay. So you guys already know that over here under the class home activity, I have created a function which is known as my message. Okay. So now let's come here, and what I'm gonna do is I am going to add a new parameter. So let's come here, comma, on tap. Okay. So let's go with on tap. Now let's open parenthesis, and now let's open out the curly braces which I have. So let's open out the curly braces, and inside the curly braces, I am going to name the function or call the function first, which is my message. Okay, so my message, and inside the my message function, you do have two properties. First one is the message, and the second one is the context. Okay, so over here, what I'm going to do is I am going to open parenthesis, and I am going to type home page, control S, and after that, now let's come here and let's try to copy this whole thing. Okay, so come here. First is leading, putting on the icon, then the text, and after that, then the disappointing layout till now, but let me make it more interesting. Okay, so over here I do have added the on tap as well. And again, what I'm going to do is let's come here and let's add this one, control C to copy, or let's delete this comma, or let's keep this particular comma right over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a colon as well, or basically a semicolon. Okay. So now again, I will come here and I'll just copy the same thing in these other uh, places as well. So before that, what I can also do is here you guys can see. Now, as I do have this particular list style, you guys can see I do have three things. So first the icon, then I do have the title, then also I do have the on tap message. So instead of quite writing like this, what I can also do is I can come here and basically I can work with all these options accordingly. So let's click on enter from here, and after that, now let's click on enter over here back again. Now let's click on enter, and here you guys can see automatically it shows me that this is a list style. Okay, so this is a lot easier to understand because here in the list style, you guys can see in leading what is basically the icon, in title what is going to be the text, And on tab, you guys can also see it right over here as well. Okay. So for that, again, if you want to type your thing down on tab options, you guys can do that. And if you want to delete these other options as well, you guys can also delete the other options right over here. So now you guys can see I do have created this list title. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm just going to delete this whole thing out. Okay. And from here, let's click on enter. And first, let me just control C to copy, control V to paste, and control V to paste, control V to paste again. Okay. So over here, you guys can see in total, basically, I do have 4 list style. Okay. So first one is fine. Icon is icons dot home, and the next one is I will just put the title as your order, and this one as address, and the last one as contact us. Okay. So over here, I will just put out on tab. What do I want to see? So contact us. You can contact us through email. Okay, so that is what I do want to show. And over here, you guys can see address, uh, and I will just put on view your addresses. And after that, now let's come here on top. Text is your order, and uh, my message is view your orders, and the home page is fine. Okay, so over here, now this particular icon is fine, but over here, now let's go with icon dot, and from here, now you guys can just add a circle maybe. Okay, so let me just go with this add box outlined, and the same way now I will just go with dot address or dot location. So let's come here and I will just select this option, and lastly dot contact. Okay, so I'll just keep out this contact option, and here you guys can see now in total I do have these 4 list types. Okay, so now control S to save it, and you guys can see now my application have restarted. So if I just open my navigation bar, now you guys can see I do have these 4 options, and once I click on this home, you guys can see here it shows home page. Once I click on your order, here it shows view your orders, and once I click on address, here it shows view your addresses. Lastly, contact us shows you can contact us through email. So that's how it actually works. And individually, you guys can work with this list style and try to make it simpler. Okay. As simple as you can. Try to make it that way. Okay. So over here now, you guys can just minimize these things And you guys can just keep these things right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, we have learned about the drawer, and here you guys can see as a header. Okay, this drawer header, I only have used this word. So, or the parameter which I have used is only child, and also I have used only text. So there are also different options if you do want to change the background color. Okay, we will learn how you can edit the header option inside your drawer as well. So I hope till this much it's clear. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about Flutter and all its usage. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 14 where we'll be working with the drawer header. So in our last class, we do have learned about different components and different properties of drawer. Okay, like how you'll be able to put on the list. Here in this particular class, we are going to specifically learn about the header and the options available while working with the header. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now this is again the Android Studio that I was working on with. Okay, so in our last class, we do have learned about this list style. Okay, how you'll be able to create these options. Okay, if you click this, how you're going to get this options. We have learned about the snack bar, okay, how to create those snack bars as well. But particularly here in this class, we are going to talk about the drawer header. Okay, so we are gonna talk about the drawer header right over here. And inside this drawer header, if you take a look, inside this child property, I have mentioned that I want to write the Flutter app. So if I just open my navigation menu, you guys can see these are the options, and this is basically the header part. Okay, so first off, what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna delete this part. Okay, so let's come here and let me just delete this one. And instead, let's say in my drawer header, I also want to decorate it, and also I want to add a more options. Let's say I want to put out a picture over here. I want to color this one. Okay, so to do all of this, what I need to do is I want to use a class which is known as the user accounts drawer header. Okay, so let me just type user accounts drawer header. Okay, so as you guys can see, it's right over here. And once you have this one, the first thing what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete all the content which I have over here. And now I will just click on enter, and you guys can automatically see here it is just commenting me out that this is a user accounts drawer header. Okay, so now let's click on enter back again. And here, if I want to put on any kind of decoration, I can actually put on some kind of decoration over here as well. Okay, so let's click on enter right over here. If you want to click on backspace, like keep your spacing as neat as possible. Okay, so it will help you eventually. So the first thing that we are going to learn over here is about decoration. Okay, so I want to decorate this one. So here you guys can see decoration option, and now how you are going to decorate this. Okay, so as you guys can see here, I do have the header box. So for that now I will type box decoration. Okay, so over here I do have the box decoration. And now under the box decoration, I need to mention that what color do I want to give my header box. Okay, so you guys already know how you guys can just put on some color. So for that, you need to mention color colon. Then over here, now let's type colors dot black. Okay, so as you guys can see, colors dot black over here. And if I just click on Control S and let's see the changes, you guys can see that here it is showing me that there is some problem. Okay, like it here I do have a problem in running this. So if I just keep my mouse over here, you guys can see the name parameter account name is required, but there is no corresponding argument. Okay, so over here I need to make sure that I do put on some kind of argument over here. So let's check what's wrong. So as you guys can see now, I want to add this under the drawer header. I do have the child, which is user accounts drawer header. So now over here, I can also add some different things. Okay, so as only the decoration is actually not getting implemented over here because I also need to put on some text, right? So in that case, now I can also put account name, email, okay, account email. So let's put account name and I'm going to use text over here. Let's open parenthesis. And what I'm going to do is I will just come here and I will just type Jimmy Hank. Okay, so I'll just type Jimmy Hank on Control S to run this one. And here you guys can again see that required name parameter account email must be provided. Okay, so I can also add a email. So let's type account email right over here. I need to mention that this is text. Let's open double quote and let's type info dot Jimmy Hank at gmail.com. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have provided that as well. And now I have clicked on Control S. And if I just open my navigation bar, you guys can see now this drawer, like the header drawer, is in black color. And you guys can also see that here it basically shows me that I do have Jimmy Hank written and underneath I do have the email address as well. Okay. But if you take a look, you guys can see that I do have some padding outside of this particular box. Okay. So in case if I don't need any kind of padding, what I can do is I can just come here. Okay, so let's come here. Let's click on enter or let's come here. Let's click on enter and I can just add padding over here as well under the drawer header. So I will just type padding and inside the padding, I need to use a keyword which is edge inset. Okay, so I will just type edge inset dot all. Okay, so I will just put that and now I will just open my parenthesis and over here I will just put 0 as parameter. Okay, so now if I just click on Control S back again and now once I open this navigation bar, Now you're not able to see any kind of padding on the side of my header. Okay, this header of my navigation bar. Okay, so that's how you guys can actually work over here. So here I do have selected that what is going to be the color of my box, and after that I have selected that what is going to be the name. Okay, like what is going to be the account name. Here you guys can see it shows, and after that I have also showed you that how you can add your account email over here. So if you do want to add any kind of image, okay, let's say I want to add an image right over here as well. So how you guys are going to do that? Okay, so in that case now, let's say I want to put out a profile picture. So I will just type current account picture. Okay, so I'll just put current account picture. And as I need to put out the image, and first I have to put the URL of the image that I am trying to save up. Okay, so for that I need to type image dot network. So image dot network. And after that, I need to make sure that I come here and put out the URL. Okay, so for that now, let's open my Chrome, and from here, let's go to Pixel and let's search for person. Okay, so as you guys can see here, I do have a lot of these images. So from here, let's say I will just choose anyone just for an example. Okay, so let me just go with this image. And as you guys can see, I do have opened up this image. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, copy this link. Okay, so Control C to copy. Now let's go to my Android Studio, and over here I'm going to put on a double quote. Okay, so let's come here. Let's put on the double quote and Control V to copy. And as you guys can see over here, I do have mentioned the URL of the image that I basically do want to take. Okay. So over here, I will just mention that. And after that, now let's close this thing down and Control S to save it. Now let's open my navigation bar. Here I am not able to see the image which I do have imported. Okay, so it's taking a bit of time, but here as you guys can see, I do have an image. Okay, so over here I do have this image, but instead of this particular image, if you do wanna select the size as well, you guys can actually select the size. Or if I just go to Google, if I just search for random image of person, and let me just search on free. So over here you guys can see that I do have all these images right over here, and let's choose anyone from here, and let's click on visit. On You guys can see that if I do want to come here, let's copy this, Control C, and let's go here. Let's close this thing down, and let's come back, Control V and Control S to save this again. And if I just open my navigation bar, now also I'm not able to see the image. Okay, because maybe I'm not able to select the image properly. But here, let me just show you guys some examples. So you guys can face this kind of issue as well while you're working. So over here, you guys can see. This image I do have in Unsplash as well. So from here, if I just select this particular image, and if I do want to copy the link, most probably I will be able to do so, but here for download, it's locked. Okay, so let's come here and let's close this thing down as well. And let's select this image and let's click on Control C to copy. Let's come here and let's select Control V to paste and Control S to run it. Okay, so let's close this thing down. Let's open my navigation bar. And here you guys can see the following progress event object was thrown resolving an image codec. Okay, when the exception was thrown, this was the stack image provider network image. Okay, so this is basically the key of the image which I do have given. Okay, so if you do want to click over here, you guys will automatically redirect it to this particular image. So let me just close this thing down. And over here now it's not showing me exactly. Okay, so if you do have an image, make sure to just upload it in your Google Drive, then just copy that same link over here. So that's way more easier to do so. Okay, but as I'm just showing you guys an example, that's how it works as well. So if I do want to show you, let me just show you guys with a thing bit easier, which is the Flutter logo free. And let's try to find out some Flutter logo for free. Okay, so I'll just go to this Flutter website, and from here you guys can just download this asset. Instead, if I just click over here, otherwise, let's go to this images option. And from here, now let's click on visit. Okay, so from here, you guys can download as well. Okay, so if I just take any from here, let me just click on PNG. And now let's go back. And if I just click on PNG, so I'll just select it, Control C to copy. Let's come here and Control V to paste it. Okay. So now if I just come here and Control S to save it. Okay. And if I just open up my navigation bar, you guys can see this particular image is being shown quite well. So the thing is that when you're copying an image, well, I remembered it now that it basically should be in PNG format. Okay. So I was not able to copy that because it was not in an PNG format, but any image, make sure that it is in the PNG format when you're copying the link to download. Okay, so make sure to do that and it will be pasted quite well. So as you guys can see. And after that, let's say over here, you guys can see the size is a bit more. So you guys can personally change the size of the image. Like if you do want to decrease the size of the image, you guys can do so. So now over here, if you do want to decrease the size of the image, which you have imported. So for that, now I'll just click on enter. and I will just type current account picture size. So I'll just select this particular option, and after that, what I'm going to choose is I'm going to choose the size dot square. Okay, so I will just choose size dot square right over here, and let's select this one. And for dimension, let me just give 50 over here. Click on Control F to reload this. And if I just come here, you guys can see the dimension of the image has been decreased. Okay, so you can just keep this thing quite like this, which looks a lot better. And again, let's say you don't like it with this particular color. Okay, you do want to change out the background color of this thing. So for that, now let's come here. You guys can just change the color dot, and you guys can just choose any color as you're liking. Let's go with black 12. Okay, and Control S to save it. And let's open this navigation bar. And over here, now this kind of looks good, but my account name and my account email doesn't is not that clear. Okay, because the opacity is not good, because uh, the text color is basically white, so it doesn't go that well. So in that case, what I can actually do is I can actually change the style of the text color. Okay, like I can change the text color right over here. So for that, I need to go to the account name option. Let's give it a comma. And after that, I will just type tile, and now I will just type textile. And after writing textile, let's type color, colon. I will just type colors dot any color which you want. So let me just go with the normal black. Okay, so I will just go with this black color. And the same way, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here, and I'm just going to uh, copy this thing. Okay, so Control C to copy and Control V to paste it. Now let's put on a comma, and let's give it out a space as well. And now if I just reload this one using Control S, okay, let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so now I will just come here. Let's open this menu, and you guys can see now uh, the textile has basically been changed. Okay, so here now you have also learned that how you are actually going to change the textile or the color of the text. And now what we are going to do is we are going to add some function. Okay, so now exactly what I want to do over here is if anyone comes here and if anyone clicks on my header, it will give them basically a snack bar. Okay, so mostly like when we're creating an app, we won't be adding a snack bar over there, but instead it should redirect them to my profile. But to show you guys just an example, how you guys are going to do so, I will show you guys about that particular thing. So for that, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here. Now let's come to this place. Let's click on enter. And over here, now I will just type on details pressed. Okay, so I will just type on details pressed option. So let's select this one. Let's open out the parenthesis, and after that I will open out my square braces as well. Okay, and inside my square braces, if you guys do have remembered that I do have created a function up here for the snack bar. Okay, so I will just mention that first, which is my message. Okay, so my message, and over here now I am going to add my message and I'm going to keep my context as it is. Okay, because that is another parameter. So let's open out the double quote and I will just type here are my profile details. Okay, so let's come here, let's type this thing and let's put out an exclamation as well. Okay, so space, exclamation mark, and after context, let's come right over here. If you do want me to put out a comma, you guys can basically put out a comma as well. Here are my profile details. So it is kind of okay. So now if I just come here and if I just click on Control S to save it, let's come here and reload not perform analysis issues found. So here it is showing me that there are some analysis issues that are being found over here. So after this, let's come to this particular position and let's see what the problem is. Okay, so if you just come here and here they're telling me to insert an semicolon. So I'll just insert that semicolon right over here. Let's enter that semicolon. And now it's good to go. Control S to save it. Now let's open my navigation menu. And once I click right over here, you guys are able to see that here it shows me here are my profile details. So I do have my snack bar popping up. So yeah, I hope you guys do have understood till this much. So instead of this, we guys can also add a lot other things over here. Okay, like we can basically add different kind of functions. Okay, like if you want to bring all these things in the center instead of aligning onto the left. And if you do want to check what all you guys can actually add, just keep your cursor over here. And if you just click on Control P, you guys can see that here you will be able to use key, you will be able to use decoration, you will be able to use the like how you want your margins to be. Okay, so here you guys will be able to put current account picture size, okay, the size square, okay, account name, account email, okay, so one details pressed, which we already have. We already have account email, account name. Okay, so these are the things you will be able to add it over here as well. So you might not remember all of this thing at first, okay? So it's very normal that you just see and you guys follow up with this thing. But eventually, once you keep on practicing on a regular basis or you are working with Flutter continuously, then you guys will get a better idea about all these things right over here. Okay, so that's about it. Okay, so I hope you guys to have understood till this much of how you are going to able to edit the drawer header. So first, we do have learned about the user accounts drawer header. Okay. And after that, I have also told you how you can actually decorate, let's say how you will be able to change the color of the whole header box. I have showed you guys how you can add the account name and also how you can change the text style of those. how to add your account email, how you are going to import an image using URL, and how you are going to select the picture size if you do want to resize the image which you have imported. And also we have learned that if you click on your header, how your details is going to show up. Okay, so that's all we do have learned. And also we have learned about padding. Okay, so if you don't want any padding, how you can do so. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about Flutter and its usage. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 15, where I'll be showing you guys the difference between drawer and endDrawer. Okay, so we're gonna learn what is the difference between both of these options, which are very similar. If I show you guys in practical class, it will be a lot easier for you guys to remember and make out the difference between both. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see that I'm here in the Android Studio back again. And you guys can see that here I do have basically used up a drawer. Okay. So there is just a simple difference between drawer and the end drawer. Okay. So if I just open up this menu here, you guys can see I have written drawer over here, and under this I do have the list view. And if I just come here, you guys can see in my emulator that here I do have this particular option on the left hand side, and to open up my navigation menu I do have this particular button. So if I just click on this particular button, I am able to see this list. Okay, and also I'm able to see my header, like the drawer header over here. Okay, so now what does the end drawer does? Okay, so here instead of drawer, if I just type end drawer, okay, and if I just come here, let's delete this, and if I just click on Control S, you guys can see now on the left hand side of my page, I don't have the three dotted options, but instead what I can do is if I just come here and if I just slide in, I will have my options. Okay, so if you just come here, let me just open this thing up, and if I just try to slide it in, I will have the end bar over here. So now over here, if you take a look, I do have taken the time and I do have connected this particular application with my phone itself. Okay. So now I do have used endDrawer over here. And now if I just slide, okay. So let's say if I just slide, you guys can see all the options which I had in my drawer is now on the, it's coming from the right hand side, and for that I don't have any button. Okay, so all I need to do is I just need to slide in and it is just appearing quite like this from the right hand side. And if I'm just clicking again in some free spaces, it is just going back. So to open it up, then to close it up. Okay, so I can just do it from my phone itself. Otherwise, using my mouse just to open it, let's click outside to close it down as well. So that's how the end drawer basically works. So let me just show you guys about the drawer. Control S to save it. Okay, so let's come here and let's go with the drawer option. So come here, let's type Control S. So here you guys can see error, no named parameter with the name drawer. Okay, so let's come here and Control Z back again. So over here, let me just type a drawer, which is going to be the small cap. Okay, so drawer, and let's click on Control S. Okay, so here now you guys can see that I do have this option on the right hand side. Okay, but here I also do have this particular button. So now let's come here. Let's just close down the drawer. And from here, now if I do want to copy this whole thing, so I'll just click on Control C and I will just come down. Okay, so let's come here. Let's click on Enter. Okay, and I'm just going to click on Control V back again. Okay, so I will have this drawer parameter back here again, and I'm just going to type end drawer. So I will have the end drawer as well as I will have the drawer. Okay, so end drawer. So let's come here. Let's click on enter. So if you do want to come here and let's put out a comma. So I'll just put out a comma right over here. Let's just click on enter, or instead of comma, let me just go with uh, semicolon. Okay. Otherwise, you guys can use a colon as well. So you guys can add both of these things right over here. So over here, basically, I'll be putting on a comma, and let's come here. Let's copy this thing. Let's click on enter, Control V back again, as I do have created another drawer over here. Let's click on enter. Okay, so let me just come here, and I'm just going to type this one as end drawer. So end drawer and Control S to save it. Okay, so here you guys can see. So if I just click on over here, and again if I slide, I do have both the things. Okay, so I do have the option of opening up using the button, and if I do just want to slide in, okay, so I can also slide in these same options as well. So that is the basic difference between a drawer and an in drawer right over here. So I hope this class was clear. So we have learned about the app bar inside the scaffold. We have learned about the floating action button. We have learned about the bottom navigation bar. We have learned about the drawer, learned about the end drawer as well. So we are going to learn about the body in detail, like anything present inside here. Okay, anything present inside your activity or inside this particular space is known as a part of the body. Any widgets that we put inside will be a part of the body. Okay, how to put on text, how to put on images, how to centralize things and stuff. We are gonna learn each and everything in detail. here in this particular tutorial. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 16, where we'll be working with the body in Flutter. Okay, so now we are just getting started on working with the body with Flutter. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So in our previous classes, we already have learned about the app bar. Okay, how you can create app bar. We have learned how you can create the floating action button. We have then learned about the bottom tab navigation, how to create that, how to create the drawer, and also how to create the end drawer. So the thing we are gonna focus on is basically the body. Okay. So what the body is. Okay. So first we need to understand that what is the body over here. So body is basically any widget present inside your screen. Okay. Suppose this is the screen of your phone. Okay. So anything, any widget or any kind of text, any images present inside your screen is basically known as the body. Okay. So inside your body, you guys can actually put out forms. You guys can put out different kind of checklists. You can put out different kind of boxes. Okay. So different kind of buttons. So over here, one by one, we are going to go with all of that. So we are going to start with the very basic of what all you can add inside your body. So for that, now let's go into our Android Studio and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now again in the Android Studio, in the application in which we guys were working before. So you guys can see I do have the app bar, the floating action button, the bottom navigation bar, the drawer and the end drawer. And to add any kind of body or any kind of text. So this particular place, I will be putting on different kind of widgets. Okay, basically just underneath this floating action button and all of these three spaces. Okay, so to add the body, what we need to do is we need to click on enter from here. And after that, we only need to make sure that we type uh, small cap. So I will just type body over here. And inside body, now let me show you guys how you can just add a text. So you already know that how to add a text. So let's type text. Let's put double quote and inside, let me type this is the Flutter app. Okay. So I have typed this thing, and if I just click on Control S, you guys can see here in my emulator, as I have already running the emulator, I do have my text written. This is the Flutter app. But if you guys take a good look over here, you guys can think by default, once I have run the body, okay, so inside text, the text is basically aligned onto the left hand side on my screen. So it will be same for a mobile phone as well. Okay. So for that now, if I do want to centralize, let's say I want to put my text over here in the center, I can also do that right over here as well. Okay. So to do that, what I need to do is I need to come here, let's come here and in body first I am going to type center. So I'll just type center right over here, and now let's keep my cursor in between. Now let's click on enter, and by default here it is showing me the option as center. So if you guys just remember, once we were working with the drawer, we use a parameter which is known as child. Okay. So I'm going to use the child parameter over here as well. So I will just click on child. And inside this now, I will tell them that I do want to add out a text. So let's type text. Let's open the parenthesis. Let's open the double quote. I will say this is the Flutter app. Okay. So now, as you guys can see previously, my text was aligned on the left hand side, left top corner. But now, if I just click on Control S to reload, you guys can see I do have my word exactly on the center of my screen. Okay. So that is how you guys can work on with different alignment right over here. Okay. And also instead of working with this, okay, let's say instead of working with this text, here you can also add images as well. Okay. So to do that, what you need to do is you need to come here and inside this child property itself, I will just type image dot network. Okay. And now let's open out the double quote. And I already do have this particular link. So I'll just click once, Control C to copy. And now let's go to my Android Studio. Let's close this down as well. And what I'm gonna do is I will just type Control V to paste it. And if I just click on Control S, you guys can see now I do have the image right at the center of my page. Okay. And at the same time, if you also want to change the size, okay. So if I just click on enter and just if I just type center alignment of my page, okay, or let's come here and if I just put out a comma and if I just work on with the height, the width of the image, okay, I can also do that. Okay, so that's how you guys can actually work right over here. Okay, so first we do have learned that how to just put out a normal text inside your body. Then we have basically learned that how you are going to centralize any text if you want to do so. Then I have learned that how you can actually put out an image inside your body as well. Okay, so here we have covered these three things in detail. So into our next classes, we are gonna learn more about how you can work with all of this, like how you are going to work on with the body and different kind of widgets as well. Here I have only showed you how to insert an image into your activity page, how to insert a image widget. So see you all in the next chapter. Okay, till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 17, where I'll be showing you guys about the body container and how it basically works. Okay, so how you'll be able to create up a container over here inside your body. So we're gonna talk about all of that in detail. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now this is actually the same application in which we're working on. We do have learned about the body in our last class. But now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I am going to delete all of this, like to not get confused. Okay, so I will just delete all of these options, the floating action, button, the bottom navigation bar, the drawer, the end drawer, the body. So I will just come here and basically I'll just delete everything. And let's come here and I'll just click on enter. And if I just click on Control S, you guys can see that my whole page will basically reset. Okay. So as you guys can see now, my page over here had reset. Okay. So from here also, if you want to move these other things, like if you do want to move your app bar and stuff, you guys can just move your app bar and all as well. So the thing what I'll be doing right over here is I'll be creating up a body. Okay. So to create up a body, what you need to do is you need to type body. Okay. So small caps. And here you guys can see I do have the option of body. And inside body, what I do want to create is a container. Okay. So over here, I will just put on this container and let's click on enter. And as you guys can see, this is a container which I have over here. So inside my container, now I need to choose that what is going to be the height and the width of my container or the box which I am creating. So I will just mention that. Okay. So I'll just go with height. So height, maybe I will put around 300, and for weight or width, I will put around 250. Okay. And if I just click on Control S, here, let's see how it actually looks. But now yet you're not able to see anything right over here. Okay, so in my body you are not able to see. But you guys might be thinking, well, you already did created a container. Okay, you have put the height, you have put the width as well. Okay, but where is the container? Okay, so over here now we need to understand that we also have to put out the color that I want to put inside my, or the color what I want to give. Okay, so in that case what you need to do is you need to come here and you need to give on some color to your box or to your container that you have created. So for that, now the first thing what you need to do is you need to also make sure that how you do want to align it. Okay. But before all of that, let's come here. Let's click on enter and I will just type child. Okay. So I will just go with the child option over here. And also inside it, you guys can also put on some text as well. Okay, so let me just type text inside my container as well. So for text, I will open parenthesis, I will open my double quote, and I will just type or let me just type container. Okay, so I'll just type container over here, and inside the this one I am going to put on the parameter of decoration. Okay, so let's go with decoration, and now let's come with box decoration. And inside box decoration, now I need to choose the color that I do wanna select. Okay, so for that now let's click on enter. And here you guys can see it is mentioning me that this is a box decoration. Okay. So now let's type color and let's type colors dot. And from here, basically, you guys can select which color container are you looking for. Okay. So I can select any color from here. Okay. So if you do want to take a green color, if you do want to take a red color, so let me just go with this orange accent over here. And now if I just click on Control S, okay, so basically you guys can see that over here now I do have created a container on the uh, top left hand side of my application. Okay. So by default, you guys can see that my container is being created on the top left hand corner. So the text which I have mentioned over here as well, this is also on the top left corner. Okay. So now the next thing is that if you want to align it, okay, like if you do want to align your container which you have over here. So for that now let's come here and you guys can just type the parameter which is alignment, and after that let's type alignment, and let me just delete this parameter. I will just type alignment dot, and once you put on dot here you guys can see there are different options. Like, do you want it in the bottom center? Okay, right over here. Do you want it the bottom left, bottom right? Do you want it in the center or center left, center right? Or you want it in the top center, top left, top right? There are all of these options. So for me, I want to centralize this. Okay, so now again, flush reload. So Control S to save it, and you guys can see my text over here has basically changed its position. Okay, so using the alignment, now I do have mentioned it right over here. And now from here, if you want to uh, adjust the margin, okay, let's say you want to adjust the margin of this container which you have created. So using this alignment option, I have aligned the text which was inside my container, but now I'm going to align the margin of the whole box or this whole container right over here. So for that now, after alignment, okay, so as I have put on center, now let's click on enter. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here and I'm going to go for the option as margin. Okay, so let me just go with margin. And once you have selected this option margin, now I will just select another keyword which we had learned from before as well, which is edge inset. Okay, so over here you guys can already see that I do have edge insets, and I'll just put uh, dot, and if I just give all, and now I can select the value. Okay, let me just go with 50. Control S to save it, and you guys will be able to see the change. Now over here you guys can see from all the sides they do have given a padding. Okay, so from this side also I do have 50% gap, from this side as well. Okay, so over here if I just increase it, let me go with 80. So Control S to save it, and you guys can see that I also have added now 80 padding right over here. So that is one way of adding margin. Okay, and the other way of adding margin is like, let's say I do have these left, right, top, and bottom. So if I want to pad them accordingly, let's say from here, I do want to decrease 10 units. From the left hand side, I want to increase 30 units. From the right hand side, I want to uh, increase by 30 units, and bottom I want to increase it by 100 units. So I will be able to do that. So after writing inset dot, and over here you do have this option from LTRB. Okay, so the full form of LTRB is left top, right, and bottom. Okay, so as you guys can see, so I would need to select, let's go with 40 from left, then uh, let's go with this top 40, 60. Then I'll just come here. Let's go with 50. And from bottom, I do want to go with 80. Okay, so let's go on with 80. Control S to save it. And now you guys can see from the left hand side, I do have given a padding of 40. From top right, I do have given a padding of 60. From bottom, I do have given a padding of 50. And from the which is LTRB. Okay, so bottom I do have given a padding of 80. So here you guys can actually work quite like this using all of these options. Okay, so that's about the edge insets. Okay, so make sure that you need to uh, put all of those right over here. So that is about the margin that you have created. Okay, so let's come here and let me just put this all option only, which I had before. So I'll just put all and I'll just put on 60. Control S to save it. So here I do have the container. And after working with the margin, if you individually want to work with the padding as well, okay, like how do you want to pad it on all the sides, you guys can work with the padding as well. Okay, so I'll just go with padding. And the same way, I will just type edge inset, then dot. And if I just go with all, and then open parenthesis, and from here, now let's go with 70. And here now you guys can see how this container looks right now. And if I just click on Control plus Save, you guys can see it also have added a 70 pad. Okay, so it's being padded on all sides. So the same way, if I just go with 150, Control Save, now you guys can see how it actually looks. So now I'm not able to see my text as well because of the padding. Okay, so maybe I'll just put somewhat around 40 and Control and S to save it. So that's how it actually works. And individually also, if you do want to pad it, okay, from all the sides, okay, you guys can also do that as well. Okay, so let me just show you guys over here as well. So here also you guys can use the option known as from LTRB. Okay, so let's come here and individually let's say 20 from left. Okay, and 30 from top, and from right I will go with 25, and from bottom I'll just go with 40. Control S to save it, and that is how it actually works. Okay, so this is how your container actually works right over here after adding the padding. Okay, so we do have learned inside the body how you can create a container, how you can actually put a width and the height, how you can align it, the text inside, how you can actually work on with the margin, how to add padding in your container, and also how to put out a text and how you can decorate your box as well, like how you can actually give your box a particular color as your liking. So that's done. And the next thing, what I'm gonna show right over here is that you guys can also basically put out different kind of border color. Okay, like if you do want to give this particular container a border, okay, you guys can also give out some border color as well. So in that case, what you need to do is, as you guys can see over here, I do have mentioned the orange accent. Let's give a comma. Now I will just click on enter under decoration, inside the box decoration itself. Now I will type the parameter as border. Okay, so let's come here and let's type border. And now I will just type border dot, and here you guys can see that what are the sides that you want to put the borders on. So now let's put dot again, and here you guys can see from border side, do you want to merge or all the sides? So I will just put this all option, and after putting all, I need to make sure that I work with two parameters. Okay, so first thing I need to do is I need to choose that what is going to be the color of the line or the border that I'm creating. Okay, so I need to choose the color. So we already know how to do so. So I will just type color. Okay, so I will just type color. And after that, I need to select from various colors. So colors. And now I will just select. Let me just go with black 87. So the first parameter is done. And the next thing is, let me just type comma, and you guys can see what all you will be able to add. Okay, so the double width, the border style, okay, so the border side, okay, if you do wanna align those stroke, but for me, I will just use this width option. So I'll just give a width of 8 unit. Okay, so now I am done putting it right over here. Let me just manage this over here as well, dot all, and I will just give this a value of 50. Okay, so control S to save it, and now you guys will be able to see the change in my container. Okay, so let me just change the width as well. Let me just keep the width as 300 units only. Control S to save it, and you guys can see how my container actually looks. Okay, so over here now I do have showed you that using this child parameter, how you will be able to insert a text. Okay, so you guys can see there are different shades of this particular color. Okay, so let me just keep it right over here. And the next thing what I'm going to show is how you are basically going to put out an image. Okay, so let me just delete this child parameter from here. Okay, or control Z. Let's delete this one. And what I can do is I can come here, which is underneath the border or just underneath the box decoration. Okay, so let's come here. Let's click on enter. And over here now, I am going to click on Control V, and I'm just going to put it right over here itself. Okay, so for that, I will just come here, and inside this child parameter, let's say, instead of text, what I want to do is I want to actually put out an image. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just type image dot network. Okay, so using a particular URL, we will be bringing on the image inside this particular container. So we will be trying to do that. And you guys should understand that because most of the time we are going to work with the application. Okay, so it doesn't make much sense if you're getting an image from your PC. Okay, so make sure that you take it using a URL that you can just copy it and you can just give it to anyone. So Now for that, let's open up and I do want to search some PNG uh, images for free. So now I will just come here. Let's go on for images. And from here, let me just search for different images over here. Uh, Let me just click on this image, right click, and I will just click on open image in new tab. But here, as you guys can see, I'm not able to see whether it's a JPEG or it is a PNG. Okay, so nothing is mentioned over there. So right click, open image in a new tab. So it's the same over here as well. Okay, or let me just go with a person image. Let's click on enter, and from here now let's try to search different images as you guys can see. So I'll just click over here. Let's visit this particular website, and you guys can see I do have this image, open image in a new tab. So this is a JPEG. So I can just copy this one, which is Control C. Okay, so I'll just copy using Control C. And after that, let's minimize this thing. And from here, I will just click on Control V to save it. And now if I just reload it using Control S, now you guys can see that I do have my image basically inside my container. Okay, so that is how you guys can actually work. So I hope you guys to have understood till this much of how you will be able to add a container and what all you will be able to do inside a container. So if you have more questions regarding that, like what are the other things that you can insert inside your container, just hold your mouse over here and you guys can see all of these options that you can add. Otherwise, you guys can just keep your mouse in between. And if you just click on Control P, you guys can see you can use key, alignment, the padding option, okay, the color, okay, here the foreground decoration, double width, double height, the box constraint, margin, child, the transform alignment, the margin as well. So yeah, I hope this particular class was clear about how you'll be able to create a box first, then align it, then add a margin to it, put out a box decoration, give them some color according to your liking as well, put out their border, give them the width accordingly, change the color of the width as well, and also add a image inside your container. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna work more about Flutter and learn about Flutter as well. So see you all. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 18 where we'll be learning about how row works in Flutter. Okay, so we have learned about container. So inside a row, how you will be able to create different containers. So we'll be understanding about that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, again back at the Android Studio right over here. So from here now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete all of these back again. So let's delete all of this. And now from here, let me add something to the body. So basically now let's try to understand that what is row over here. So as you guys can see here, anything which is moving horizontally. Okay, so I can have first row, second row, third row, the horizontal lining. Okay, and also you can these are like if you do have it vertically, those are actually known as columns. Okay, so basically in this particular chapter we gonna talk about row. So I will just type row over here. Okay, so row, and after that let's open parenthesis. Now let's click on enter, and after that what I'm going to do is I need to select that how I'm going to align it. Okay, so for that now I'll just go with main axis alignment. Okay, so let's go with the main axis alignment right over here, and after that I will just again type main axis alignment, then I will just put a dot, and then I need to make sure that what type of alignment should I put. Okay, so instead of that now I need to also make sure that I also add the content inside. Okay, so to add your content up you need to make a component or a class which is known as children. So basically this is an array. Okay, and inside this children array I can have multiple containers. Okay, so you guys already know that how you can actually create a container. So now let's type container. Okay, so I do have this key which is known as container. So to create a container, first I will just put out a height. Let me just go with the height of 150, and then I need to select the width, which I'll select kind of the same 150 as well. And once you have put that, okay, so the height is 150, the width is 150 as well. And after that, now I'm going to put out an image. Okay, so to put out an image, now we have to use the child option. Okay, so for that, now I will just type child, and inside here, inside this child component, I will come here. Let me just give this one upper space. And we already know how you can actually get an image with an URL. So I will just type image dot network. Okay, so I need to use the cap. So let's type image. Let's cancel all of this component. Image dot network, and now let's put double quote over here. And in my notepad you guys can already see that I do have this URL. So using Control C, and I'll just put it over here, Control V. And now if you take a look, I do have my container right over here itself. Okay, so here it's HTTPS. I do have two quotes. Okay, so now this looks better. Okay, so let me just come here, HTTPS. Let me just delete this quote from here as well. Okay, so as you guys can see, there is a problem with this particular scaffold over here. So now, once you are done, okay, like once you have created this particular container over here, The height is 150, width is 150. You do have the images. Now you need to select the alignment right over here. So let me show you different kind of alignment. So the first option is space evenly. Okay, let's say if you do have these multiple images, so I do have taken this image only right over here. So I can use space evenly. If I put on end, this image will be on the left hand side. Okay, so if I just put on start, it will be on to the left hand side, and if I put on end, it will be on to the right hand side. If I click on enter, it will be over here in the center. And if I have multiple images, let's say if I do have 3 or 4 images, it will space evenly over here as well. Okay, so let me just put start. Okay, so let's put the option as start. Let's give this one out a comma. And if I just click on Control S to reload, you guys will be able to see the changes. Okay, so here it shows that object progress event. Okay, so over here now they're not able to find these image yet. So again, if you're not able to find, you guys can just take some other images as well. Okay, so let me just go with PNG images for free, or let's type for a person. Let's go images, and from here now let's open image in a new tab. Let's take this one. Otherwise, let's come here. This is from Adobe Stock. Let's take this and let's open image in a new tab and Control C to copy. Let's come to my Android Studio, and from here now let's select it. Control V. Let's minimize this one. And here, as you guys can see, this I do have this image at the start. Okay. So the same way, now let me just come here. Let me just minimize this. Let me just bring it over here onto the right hand side. And over here now, let's say instead of start, if I put end, okay. So let me just type end, Control S to save it. You guys can see it is on the right hand side. And the same way, if I just give center, Control S, you guys can see over here, I do have this particular image in the center as well. Okay, so that's about it. But now let's try to understand about the other things. Okay, so let's say right over here, as I do have created one container, so now I will just use another comma. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I'm just going to copy this whole thing. Control C. Let's just move it up. Enter, enter, and I'm going to click on Control V over here. And the same way, let's come here. Control V over here as well. Let's click on delete. And from here, again, I'll just delete the last comma. And as you guys can see now, I do have 3 of these components or 3 of these containers right over here. So from here now, if I just click on start, okay, or if I just use the start keyword, you guys can see how it will distribute itself throughout this row. So Control S, and this is how it actually looks. And the same way, if I just go with uh, the end keyword. And if I just click on Control S, you guys can see mostly aligned from the right to the left. And after that, let's type space evenly. Okay, so if I use space evenly and Control S, you guys can see the space is even between the images right over here in this particular row. Okay. And if you do want to space it around, you guys can see that my image will be the central image will be centralized and it will be spacing around this particular image. So let's use spacing around and Control S to save it. And that is how it actually looks. So yeah, I hope this particular class was clear on how to use row options inside Flutter. So we do have learned about how to use row inside the body. We have used how to use the main axis alignment, what is a row and what is a column. Okay, how to create containers and how to work with multiple containers over here. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we're gonna learn more about Flutter and its usage. So see you all. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Flutter tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 19 where we'll be making button in Flutter. Okay, so we are going to make buttons inside Flutter and we'll see what are the different kind of buttons that we guys can make. I'll tell you guys how to edit your buttons as well. So let's not waste much time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here again in the same application in which I was working on before. Okay. So in our last class, basically, we do have learned about row, like how you'll be able to work with row. We have also learned about the main axis alignment over here. Okay. And inside this children property, we also do have different containers. So over here now, let me just delete all of this. Okay. So I will just delete the body row as well. But I'm going to create this body row over here again. Okay. So now if I just click on Control S, you guys will be able to see now I don't have any image at all. So over here, the thing what we are basically going to learn is about buttons, okay? Like how you are going to create up a button inside your body. Okay, so as this is the body, I want to create different kind of buttons, and once I click on those buttons, it should give me some outcome. Like on press, it should give me an outcome. Let's say as for now, we are just showing you guys the snack bar. Okay, so the snack bar will basically pop up quite like this. Okay, as you guys can see, it is the snack bar that is basically popping up. So I will show you guys with that particular example. So now for that, how you gonna start is I am going to create a body and I need to tell here that I want to create those buttons in a row. Okay, so now let's come here. Let's type body, and here in body, I will just type row. Okay, so let's type row right over here. And after that, now I will just click on enter. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell them that the buttons which I will create over here, I want to space them evenly. Okay. So as you guys can already see that I do have this option. So I will just type main axis alignment. And again over here, I will just type main axis alignment dot space evenly. Here you guys can see, I will tell them that I do wanna space them evenly. Okay. And once you're done, now let's click on enter. And here, now I do need to make sure that I do create the property or the widget as children. Okay, so this is basically a widget. Okay, so this is basically creating me an array. Okay, and inside this children, so the first type of button that I am going to create is basically the text button. Okay, like you will have a set of text, and if you just click on that particular text, a particular function will run, or you will be redirected to a different page, or you will have a snack bar popping up. So I will just come here and I will just type text. And once you just type text here in the suggestion, you guys can already see that you do have the text button option. And over here, once you select the text button, there are two parameters that you need to work on with. Okay. So the first one is on press and the second one is child. So on press option is basically for what do you want to run. Okay. Like once you have this on press function or once you click on that particular button, what you want to do. So if you guys do remember that over here, I do have created a my message function over here, which actually runs. So I'm going to call that thing again. But before that, I'm going to come here and I'm just going to open parenthesis and then I'll open up the square braces. And inside the square braces, I'm going to type the name of the function, which is my message. Okay, so under my message parameter, you guys can see there are also two parameters that I need to work on with. So under this function, I do have two parameters. As you guys can see, the first one is message and the next one is content. So over here under message, I will tell them that this is my text button in Flutter. Okay. And I will just give it up a space and an exclamation mark. Okay. So as you guys can see, so once they create me this particular text button, wherever I do have it, then if I just click on this text button, it will show me this particular text in my snack bar. Okay, so as you guys can see, here I do have the snack bar function. The name of the function is my message, and under that I do have two parameters. Okay, so that's about it. I do have filled the first parameter, which is message, and I will just uh, make, I'll just keep my second parameter just normal. And the next option over here is let's come here. The second option is basically the context. Okay, so over here now, let me just go with a semicolon. Okay, so I'll just put out a semicolon over here. And the next option is known as child. Okay, so what does the child do? Okay, so the child option is basically that as I know that if I just click on my text or on my text button, it will show me something. But in that text button, I want something to show. So what do I want to show over here? So first, I need to mention that what is going to be that. Is it going to be a text? So I'll type text over here. And after that, now let's open parenthesis. And after opening parenthesis, let's open out the double quote. And I will just type text button. Okay. So I'll just type text button right over here, as you guys can see. So if you just take a look here, let me just go through this particular thing back again. Under here, I do have told that I do want my button in a row, then I do have the alignment, which is spaced evenly if I do have multiple buttons, which we are going to create. And after that, on press, I have told that to run my message function. And once they click on that button, this is the message that will be shown. And the name of the text button is going to be text button. Okay, so if I just click on Control S or the hot flash, here you guys can see I do have the text button right over here. Okay, and once I'm moving my cursor or keeping my cursor on top of this text button, you guys can see it is just changing a color, making me realize that this is not only just a text, but a button as well. So if I just click over here, you guys can see I do have the snack bar message popping up, which shows that this is my text button in Flutter. Okay, so that is how you guys can create up a text button. And the next one is let me just copy this. Okay. So Control C to copy and Control V to paste and Control V to paste as well. Because if I'm just going to create an elevated button or an outline button, I only have to work with both of these parameters as well. So I'll just change few of these things over here. Okay, so let me just type elevated button. Okay, so as you guys can see, elevated button. Okay, so let's come here and let me just delete this thing. Let me just delete all this elevated button. Let me just delete this button as well, and that is on pressed. So let me just use our colon. Let's give out a space as well from here, or let's delete this whole thing. And this is the elevated button. So if you want me to type it back again, I will just type elevated button. And I'll just delete this part from here as well. Otherwise, let's come here. This is how it actually shows. So let me just delete both of these again over here. There is no use of me just confusing the whole thing, right? So let's come here. Let's select this text box. Control C to copy, Control V to paste, Control V to paste, and over here now I will just type elevated and let's come here and I'm going to type outlined. Okay, so let's go with outlined button. And over here now I will tell that on pressed I want this particular message to change. So instead of this is my text button, I'll just write this is my elevated button and I'll just type this is my outlined button. And over here I will also type elevated button and over here I'm going to type outlined button and at the same time I'll just come here. Let's delete this and you guys can see in total right now I do have given the command that I want to create these three kind of icon or I want to create these three kind of buttons. So if I just click on Control S you guys can see that now I do have this text button, which is on the extreme right or left. Then in between, I do have my elevated button. And you guys can see over here, I do have the outline button. So if I just click on my text button, this is how it shows me. And here you guys can see my elevated button also have some kind of shadow once I just hover my mouse over there. And most of the time in your application, mobile application, this elevated button is being used. So if I just click on elevated button here, I do have my message. And lastly, this is the outline button right over here as well. Okay, so these are a few of the way of how you guys will be able to add out a button. So now what we are going to learn is that let's say now you do have a button as well. Okay, so you do have this particular button. But the main thing is that how you are actually going to create or how you are actually going to style up your button. Okay, like how you will be able to change out the color, the padding, and things like that. So for that, now what you need to do is, as you guys can see, here I do have the widget, which is the build context widget. So for that, now inside here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come here. Let's click on enter. I am basically going to create some button style over here. Okay. So for that, let's create up a function. So I will just type button style. Okay. So here I do have the button style option. And after that, now I need to select that what kind of button that you want to edit. Okay. So for that now I am gonna come here and I am going to name this one as a button style elevated button. Okay. So I will just type button style dot or button style elevated button. Okay, so button style elevated button, and here instead of slash I need to put on the equal to style. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have put in a button style, and after that I do have put in the elevated button, and now I will just put dot. And here you guys can see there are a lot of these options. Okay, so I will just type style from, and now I will just open the parenthesis right over here. Okay, so now I do have type the button style. Okay, so button style over here, and let me just give this up some space as well. Okay, because here I do want to create some other things. Okay, so let me just come right over here and let me just type things around. Okay, so let me just come here and control X. Let's click on enter and control V to save it. And from here, now let's type elevated button. Okay, so let me just go with elevated button option over here, and now let's click on enter, and you guys can add your thing accordingly. Okay, so now let's come right over here, and if I do want to see what I do need to exactly add, so I'll just add a semicolon over here, and that's fine. So inside this button style, I can basically add a lot of things. Okay, so I can basically add out a padding. Okay, so if you do want me to add a padding, I can basically add out a padding over here. Now let's click on enter. Let's click my mouse over here. So first thing is padding, okay? Like on the side, if you do want to apply some padding, you guys can do so. So to apply padding, you need to use another parameter, which is edge insets. And after writing edge insets dot, and I want to do it on all the sides. So edge insets dot all. Let's open parenthesis. Now let me just give 20. Okay, so over here, I will just type A in capital letter. So it's 20. Now let's give it out a comma. Now let's click on enter. And over here, if you want to change out the background color as well. Okay, so before that, now you guys can see that I do have a padding over here of 20. So now let's come here. And now if you do want to change out the color. So let's say now, instead of this elevated button, if you want to make those changes to some text button or some outline button, just mention it right over here and it will be applied accordingly. Okay. But over here under style as well, you guys need to mention that. So let's go to elevated button. I will just put a comma and I will just type style. And over here, I need to check what is the name, which is button style. Okay, so the name, so I'll just type button style right over here. And now let's click on enter. And now let's go with background color. Okay, so I will just apply some background color. So from there, let's go with colors dot. Let me go with red. Okay, so colors dot red, and I'll just put a comma. Let's click on enter. And also you guys can just change out the foreground color, which is going to be the text color. So the same way I will just type color dot, and I want to put some white color. So let me just go with white, and I'll just put on the comma and Control S to save it. Okay, so let's come here. Now this thing is not applied yet, so let's come here, and under the button style, let's open this up. And over here you guys can also add out your values as well. Okay, so now over here, the foreground color is done, as you guys can see the changes over here as well. So I just refreshed it. And after that, what all you can also add is that you guys can actually select that how the shape of your button is going to be. So you guys can just type on shape. Okay. And under shape, now you guys can select. Okay. So if you do want some rectangular border, okay, so I will just type rounded, or let me go with this rounded rectangular border. So I'll just come here and I'll just take this rounded rectangular border. And now inside here, let's open, or let's click on enter to give it some space. And now over here, I can also select what is going to be the border radius. Okay. So as I do have selected the border radius as well. So now I am going to type border radius, and after that I will just click on dot, and I want to change the border radius on all the sides. Now let's open parenthesis, and I'm just going to type radius dot circular, and inside the radius let me just go with 70, that you guys can see some changes on this. Okay, so now control S to save it, and you guys can see now this is a lot rounded. So the same way, if I come here and let me just go with 150 and control S to save it. Now this is more rounded, and over here if I just go with 500, control S to save it, you guys can see now this is more rounded than before. Okay, so this is how this actually works. If you want to get this all straightened up, you guys can also get these things all straightened up over here as well. So that's how you actually work on with the button. So I have showed you guys how to create up a text button, how to create an elevated button, how you can actually create an outline button, and also we have learned about the uh, new function that you can create. Let's say under, you guys can just put out any name. Let's say if you don't want button style, you guys can just change the name to anything else. And over here now, let's say I want to work with text button. So instead of elevated button, just type text button dot style from. Then you guys can just add all these things right over here. So if you do want to check things out, control P. Okay, so let's come here, control P, and you guys can see what are the things that you guys can work on here with the icon color, the icon disable icon color, the color overlay, the overlay color, the text style, the age inset geometry, padding, and a lot more things as well. Okay, so that's how it basically works. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next classes where we gonna learn more, and I hope this whole tutorial was helpful for you all, that we have explored a lot of things on how you can create an application in Flutter. We have learned how to build one application, how to add different kind of buttons, how to work on with the body, how to work with the app bar. We have learned about the navigation bar, how you can basically add a scaffold as well. Working with the scaffold, we have learned about the snack bar, okay, how to pop up your snack bar menus. So take care, everyone. Keep on learning Flutter and keep on practicing. And once you keep on practicing on a regular basis, then you guys will master this in no time. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone.